Alright, I have 3 cards here, and I'm deciding on which card I should alter. But I need to set up my wet palette really quickly here. Sorry for the noise. This will be just a moment. There we go. So I'm trying to decide which of these 3 cards I should alter. We've got the Lord of the Rings, Genesis Wave. We've got a Thought Scour with that awesome art by Julie Dillon. And we've got a Cranial Plating. So that's a kind of an old school border cranial plating. So I'm just preparing my parchment paper for my wet palette. Sorry if it's a little loud. I'm just getting things together here. Setting up all my audio, making sure that's all good. And I was going to just drop the link to my stream to a Discord that I'm in really quick. Deciding which of these 3 cards I should paint. Deciding which of these 3 cards I should paint. Deciding which of these 3 cards I should paint. Just dropping a link to a group I'm in. Okay, which of these 3 cards should I paint? Just setting up my wet palette really quickly. I think I can give it a little bit more juice. Lovely stuff, lovely stuff. Just yesterday I was Googling some questions about painting, and I apparently discovered there's like painting water you can buy. It's like $18 for 3 ounces. I was like, holy mackerel. What next? Yeah, it's some sort of painting water. 18 bucks for 3 ounces. I'm still deciding which of these 3 cards I should paint. So, if anyone out there wants to chime in, I did a poll kind of yesterday. I got a few results. I narrowed it down from like 15 cards to these 3. And I also posted in the Discord that I'm part of, and these were kind of the responses I got that people were interested in. Okay. Sorry for this. This probably looks terrible on camera, but I'm just trying to get my wet palette set up here. And I forgot to pre-soak my paper, so it's probably not going to work very well today. So that was a little boneheaded of me. I'm still deciding which of these 3 cards I should alter. If anyone's out there, just let me know. Like I said, I'm still setting this up. Woke up, took my dog out for a quick excursion. Made myself a tea, ate a banana. Now I'm just getting ready to stream here. I tested my audio and all that stuff, so it should be okay. But I only have so much time, so I didn't want to delay too much. Alright, this is looking a little whack, but it's okay. I need to just trim this down a little. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no. Okay. Let's fix that back up a little bit. Now I have like a more professional wet palette, but it's currently in my fridge with paints for another project I'm working on, so. This like school case, pencil case, dollar store wet palette is what I'm working with today. I have some like pennies and dimes to, here we go. to weigh it down. This will help out. But yeah, I had a different batch of like sponges that were working a little bit better. I don't really care for these ones as much. They don't transfer the water as easily. Alright, don't really have any input about which card I should do, so I'm gonna give it the eeny meeny miny mo treatment. And what do I want to do most? And I gotta say, cranial plating would be the easiest, but I've done a lot of that kind of like old border, kind of like loosey-goosey style lately. I just finished a lightning bolt. So I'm thinking, let's just take cranial plating out of there to make it a little bit more easier. And we got the eeny meeny miny mo between Genesis Wave and Thought Scour. I think we should roll for it. I think I should get one of my D20s and roll for which of these cards I'm gonna do. Let me see here. Sorry for the background noise. I'm just gonna find a dice really quick and roll for it. Alright. We've got a lovely D20. We're gonna go odds Genesis Wave, evens Thought Scour. So let's see what we get here. Oh, I guess we're doing Thought Scour. That's evens, that's an 18. I nudged it and it moved, but it's an 18 for Thought Scour. Alright. I was actually kind of dreading this one, but it's good to do things that scare you. Alright, let's get into it here. Thought Scour. I've got 3 different cameras, so just bear with me for a moment while I try to position this in the middle of all of them. I've actually got 2 cameras, but my phone that's streaming the video is also doing... Give me 1 second. Slight adjustment here. Is also doing a vertical stream. I have no idea how that works, but I can see what it looks like, so I'm going to try to place this more or less in the middle of that. Oh gosh, there's a big delay on the stream. And then I'm going to move my phone that's doing the time lapse a little bit. Yes. Alright, thanks for the patience. We are about to get into it. Alright, that looks good. Has my delay caught up on this? No, not even close, actually. Alright, that delay looks close enough. I mean the placement. Okay, this one, we're gonna have to build up some white, so this could be a long process. But I'll try to keep it interesting and bounce between different parts of the card. But I think I'm going to do the unspeakable and like fade to white down here instead of like a fade to black. So I have no idea how that's going to end up looking. This is new. I don't think I've faded to white on one card, I think. But it was a black card, so there's a lot of contrast, so it ended up actually looking pretty good. I'm not gonna fib. I don't know if that'll be the case for this one or not. But anyways, my brush is just slightly wet. I'm going in with the white. Gonna add some base layers really quickly. Going to do a lot of vertical strokes here. I got my dog with me. She's very curious as to why I'm talking so much. Usually I paint in relative quiet while I listen to an audiobook or a podcast or have a YouTube video playing in the background. But now I am the YouTube video. Look at me. I am the YouTube video now. I was kind of dreading this thought scour. Not because I necessarily think it'll be very difficult, which I do think that, but it's good to do difficult things. But more or less because a lot of my brushes right now are very splayed. It's like definitely time to get a new brush, so I was kind of worried about doing anything today that might need a lot of detail. So probably when I'm done streaming, I'll probably make my way to my local art store and pick up some brushes. I have a few cards that I'm hoping come in the mail today because I have some commissions that I wanted to get started on, but I mean, I can't paint them until the cardboard's in front of me, so I am waiting on that to happen. Always for these first few layers, I really water down my paint. In general, I probably water down my paint more than I should, but I like just keeping it really loose and kind of throwing thin layers of paint at the problem until we make some progress. This is going to be a really gorgeous card when it's done, if I do it justice, which I'm hoping to do, of course. But yes, it probably will be a little bit difficult. Oh, Ayuin said cranial plating. It's too late, my man. My apologies. I did like have cranial plating in the top 3. I made a post yesterday about kind of which cards I had on hand that were inspiring me. And cranial plating got a couple votes, but one of them kind of said, it said, I haven't seen you do an old bordered card, and I've actually done like quite a few old border cards. I really like doing old border cards, so I kind of, in my mind, counted that more of like a half vote because the person wasn't operating with the full amount of information available. But I'll probably do cranial plating really soon. Cranial plating will be a really good card for when I'm having like some art blahs, if my confidence is low, because it's really loose with it. It's really kind of like vibes based as opposed to like really particular clean lines or anything like that. So cranial plating will be good in the future. This is a little spoiler, but I just finished doing this lightning bolt, like a full art lightning bolt. I don't know how that looks on camera. I'm very bad at getting the camera to look super nice. Which reminds me, I need to lock my focus actually. My bad if that was looking a little whack. Give me a second. Autofocus, normal, tap. Okay. Sorry if anyone was in here and is looking kind of bad. I've now locked my focus, so it shouldn't be pulling and refocusing. It should be locked. My bad. I just kind of got into it and forgot about that. Whoopsie doodles. There's a lot to remember when you're doing a stream and you're yapping and you're trying to paint at the same time. Now here's the thing. I think for the most effect, I think we're just going to get rid of the whole title box. I think there's a lot going on up there and all this stuff is blue. So if I try like do it over the title box, the effect will be like quite diminished. So I think the most interesting thing we can do on this card is just to get rid of it. I accidentally wet my brush far too much, but that's okay. I'll just dry that up a little bit. And I don't even like think of this like very first layer as like a layer of anything really. My first layer I just think of like I'm putting something on the card so that the rest of the paint actually sticks to the card. It's always like that with the first layer. It's very loose. Especially on these like newer cards, they have like a waxy surface. You can see a lot of the paint pooling up. So it's funny. Sometimes I'll see like people asking for advice or this or that on Reddit or in Discord or in the comments, and I can usually tell like what kind of card they're working with, whether it's an older card or a newer card, by just kind of like what kind of advice they're looking for, right? How the paint pools up and stuff like that. Even with the older, the more modern foils and certain like promo foils, it's just really hard to get off like the ink that's in the foiling process. But yeah, it's definitely, I've wet my paint a lot and I kind of just like let it air dry on the card really, and it gets a lot of this texture for that first layer. But then I'm gonna just come in and gently fill out the rest of the card and get rid of that texture. I have kind of a vision in my head of how this card will look when it's done, but I think there's going to be also some discovery process along the way. One thing is like with these, there's a lot of cards where the figure is kind of like 3/4, or not 3/4 perspective, but I mean like their top half is like on the card, and then their bottom half would be like down here or something. But it's always so strange to just draw some legs or something, right? Especially like when they're not in so much of a pose. Like the pose is standing, looking up, you know, arms. All the interesting stuff is happening at the top of the pose. The legs would just kind of be standing there. So a lot of the times it's great when you can get away with not putting in their lower half, because a lot of the time the lower half is just kind of like basically doing the equivalent of T-posing, but for legs. So, I don't know, I might just fade it completely to like white and then not paint the legs. I don't think much will be gained by putting legs there. Especially like this outfit, it's kind of like Innistrad-y, kind of like vampire hunter-y. And it feels, it's hard for me to really place where the outfit is. I'd have to look at the original printing of this art to know exactly the vibes we're going for. But yeah, I think, like I said, the most impactful thing will be to just get rid of that nameplate entirely. Don't need it. So, a lot of people ask me how you float text. I guess we can use this opportunity to talk about that. But basically, for the first layer, I just kind of go very loose around everything. And then you can scrape off paint wherever you don't want it with a toothpick. But if you really try to be 100% on every single layer, it's going to be a real arduous journey. So it's better to just go loose and then clean it up rather than try to be absolutely perfect. Although I'm sure some people are, and I've tried to be here and there. Especially when I do a commission, it feels like there's more pressure to get everything 100% perfect, but on this one it should be pretty chill times. And you always got to put like some extra layers on the edge right before where the art actually kicks in, because it's that hard black line of the edge. That's the hardest thing to cover up and hide away. So usually I have to spend some time just going around the edge and whiting that out as well. But I'm not going to white out the whole, like, do like an hour of whiting out. I'm going to try not to. I'm just going to build up a few layers. So that's a bit easier for me to add my other colors and then get into it. Also, so that my paint sticks, of course, as well. It's a real pain in the butt if you take your time to like mix up the perfect paint color. Does the toothpick scratch up the card? Nope, it's pretty soft. Especially the best way to use the toothpick is to like wet it a little bit. So more or less when you're wetting it, you're not really scraping all of that paint off. You're kind of like reactivating the paint so it's more liquidy, and then it doesn't really so much as scrape off, but it just kind of like pushes off. So that's like the real trick of the toothpick, is that you wet it a little bit, and it's not so much about the scraping action as reactivating the paint and then just kind of like pushing the paint off. I've tried some other things as well. I've tried using this works really well. It's just the a Q-tip, but I pull all the fluff off one side, all the cotton, and then I just kind of like push it around with that. Well, I don't know what that'd be, like a cardboard stick, I guess. I don't know. But that works quite well as well. A Q-tip. The toothpick is a little bit more precise than this. I also have some, I'll grab a fresh one here. But I've got these like, kind of like sticks with a little bit of pointed cotton at the end. The only problem with these things is that after just a little bit of use, the cotton is going to get paint in it, and then it becomes like hard instead of soft. And you know, once it's reached X amount of paint, it like no longer absorbs paint. So then I typically will take it and I'll peel off like a little bit of cotton on the end, like I did with this Q-tip here. Right now it's all fresh and clean, but you peel off one layer of cotton on this and you no longer have a point whatsoever. So they work okay, but you can only get like a little bit of work out of them before you have to switch it out or use it for a different purpose, unfortunately. I have used other tools. I use like a dentist pick, and that just scraped the ink off the card. So it is possible to scrape the ink and damage the card. I forget what it was I altered, but I scraped off one of the letters and I had to paint the letter, like the text letter, back onto the card because it was just gone. So yeah, if you use like something that's like made out of metal or really hard material, you can definitely damage the card. Asicon says, yo, what up? Can't wait to see the finished product. Well, I'll probably upload it in a few days. Let's see, I have 2 cards already that I have to upload. I have a Jolly Balloon Man, and then I have a Lightning Bolt that I just finished yesterday. So I think the Lightning Bolt will get uploaded for tomorrow. It's a pretty iconic card. Put it up on a Friday going into the weekend. Get a little bit of traction. Fortunately, I have to think about all these things, metrics, and you know what's going to perform well here and there. I really don't want to spend like all day like weighing this card out, but I was thinking I didn't quite have time for it, but how many layers? 1 billion. Typically 1 billion, but I'm not going to go so hard on those today. I'm going to start adding some color here. Like I did this lightning bolt yesterday and the day before a little bit. And since the like base layers of this mountain were really white, light colored, I did like a ton of layers on that, but I'm going to do it a little bit more interesting, a little bit more loosey-goose today, and add some color now. I just have to find my yellow. I should be more organized than this, but... Wait, where is my, like, good yellow? Got our white, got our Prussian blue. Did I drop my yellow? One second. Alright, I didn't drop my yellow, but I dropped one of my brushes, and this is a good one, so let's keep that right there. I did find my yellow. And the background of this card, it seems like so, like, cream colored. So, I'm gonna just add a little bit of yellow to my white here. Just do one quick hit of white around some of these sloppier spots before I kind of turn my white into yellow. But I really should be more disciplined and really white out this a lot, especially where it's gonna like transition. Have you given it a listen? Damn, crazy, that Anthony Fantano impression. But it's alright, I can like paint cream down and then transition back over it with the white, so. In the effort of keeping things moving here, I'll start with some yellow. And then I'll probably have to do some white in between. Lightning bolt looks amazing. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. It's like really loosey-goosey, and I don't do that many full arts. I prefer doing extensions. Whenever I do a full art and I have to like create more like original stuff, I struggle because I didn't like paint a lot before I started this altering journey, so I don't really have a lot of, I don't want to say creativity because that sounds a little sad. Here I'm painting, and then if I say like, oh, I don't have creativity, it's going to be a little paradoxical, right? But I guess what I'm saying is I don't have a lot of like practice creating original stuff, so it's a lot harder for me. This isn't like this bright of yellow, I don't think. Let's do a little. It's like slightly orange. I think I'm going to put some raw sienna in there. I think this will just add a bit of warmth to it. My dog is directly on my foot. And I'm a DM. Yeah, I do a lot of DMing too. How do you seal the paint once I'm done? I don't have it within arm's reach, but I have basically spray on, what is it called? Spray on varnish is what I have. So I have, for most of my altars, I use golden satin spray on archival varnish. So since it's archival grade, it should pretty much never yellow, right? It should remain clear. And then for foils, I have Krylon gloss. And then typically with a foil card that's got like some parts foil and some parts unfoil, is I will go on with the satin finish first, and then gloss over top of that. I pretty much play in-person D&D. I have done like online a little bit, especially, you know, during the pandemic, right? During 2020. I don't know if YouTube will bust down the door if I mention it. So, yeah, but mostly I play in person. There has been a bit of a hiccup with my main group lately, in that one of our players got a new position with their work, and now they are traveling for work, so they're not home a lot. And also, we've had like 3 babies within the D&D group, right? Like 3 of our players have become, you know, like fathers and mothers. So that has put a little bit of a pause, unfortunately, on the D&D adventures. But yeah, typically we play in person. The last time I DM'd for the group was every year we do like a Christmas special episode. And I did, basically I ripped off the plot of Space Jam, in which like not aliens come, but they were like Christmas beings. No, they were demons, right? We're in D&D. It was like demons, they come, they steal the skills of the players, but in mine, instead of basketball, it was hockey, right? I'm in Canada, so a lot of my players really like hockey, so I like made a scale hockey rink, and I made like a sub game where we played hockey in D&D. And yeah, I basically stole the plot of Space Jam, but it was hockey. Instead of the monster aliens, it was, you know, demons. But I kind of like kept it a secret, and I was saying it like, the Coliseum games are happening, right? The seasonal Coliseum games. Until right when they're like getting on the ice, then I revealed that it was going to be hockey. And I played the Gnarls Barkley, hey, you, what you gonna do? Hey, you, what you gonna do? And we had a laugh, and it was a good time. Giant fire-breathing goose. Yeah. Oh, you're playing today? That's hype. D&D hype. God, I need to play some D&D. It's been a minute now. And then like another group I was looking at is having hiccups too, because one of the key members has went back to school with all the stuff going on in the economy. Their government job was no longer secure, so they ended up going back to school. Alright, this yellow is not quite cutting it. But it's just, you know, layer number 1. We will get there. Nothing to stress about. Yeah, even this, it's like more of an orangey, creamy, a little bit of brown in there. But like I said, we'll get there. Just goblin mines, you know, gotta roll into that tomb. Roll out of that fighting into a Lindworm. Goblin Mines is a classic. Goblins or kobolds? That's the big question. I'm more of a kobold guy myself. But then again, like I've heard a lot of Let's Plays where like the DMs make the kobolds like really like pathetic. Really like sniveling, and I'm like, this is a little much. These guys are pretty cool. They're like little dragon dudes. And you've really made them so pathetic. If anything gets spoiled about Strixhaven today while I'm streaming, honestly just throw it in the chat. Especially if it's an uncommon creature or a common card. because I mostly play Pauper Commander. So uncommon creatures can be your commander, so I want to know if there's any new sick build-arounds. And I play a lot of 60 card Pauper too, so common cards really are like the exciting part of spoiler season for me. I just pretty much glaze over most of the rares and mythics. Depends on player level. You can reskin. Yeah, all the stats and stuff. Just like make the creature whatever you want it to be to fit your idea. That's my thought of D&D. And also it cuts down on like metagaming as well. I ran a Strixhaven campaign for a bit. Being able to take lore from the game and have it affect your campaign is fun and really changes how you see the MTG characters. True. No lies detected. Sounds like a good time. Commander takes too long. Don't have enough cards for Pauper. Well, I mean, I will say it's easier to buy a lot of the Pauper cards because they're typically cheaper. There's always going to be outliers. As far as length go, Pauper Commander games are typically long. I will say that. They're typically long. But it's the kind of like length that you can actually pay attention to. As opposed to a lot of Commander games, you just like zone out while your opponent does a million game actions and has a board state that you can't comprehend. At least if you're me. I know more enfranchised players can track that stuff better. But I get a little bit lost in full-on Commander. Even I noticed, like, it's creeping up in the more recent years. Even a lot of times when I'm watching, like a Let's Play show on YouTube, right? Like, Shuffle Up and Play, or, you know, Scribe Babies, Commander at Home, any of that stuff. A lot of times these days, like, if I look at my phone for a minute and I look back, I'm like, uh-oh, what happened? I gotta rewind. So yeah, I definitely get that Commander's not the perfect format, even though it is kind of the most popular. This yellow is really taking over the yellow. It's very strong. Too strong. Interesting. Let's keep mixing a little bit. I might have to change up my strategy here a little bit. Okay. Like maybe yellow isn't our base. Maybe this Ross Sienna is our base, and we're just like adding a little bit of yellow to that. Because the yellow is very strong. Hello, Woodle60. What up, baby? Holy crap, there's 22 concurrent viewers? On a Thursday? In this year of our Lord, 2026? Oh, that's better. That's much better. That is much better. I'm going to try to just kind of get like a base down and then go from there. I like to paint in layers. I know it's not the best for altering because, you know, every layer counts for the thickness of the paint. But I really do like to like set up the background and then like move to the clouds, and then if this ribbon was over the clouds, then move to the ribbon. But that's why I like water down my paint a bit more than I think most people do, is because I like to work in those layers, and it's just how my brain works, I guess. I think it's easier to do what works for your brain than to fight it the whole time. We are gonna have like a lot of ribbons going on here. This is gonna be a really fun card to do once I get past the more kind of boring processy bit here. I am going to, soon I'm going to have to go and chip away at the text a little bit, clean it up a little. So, man, it's going to be a lot going on up here. Oh well, I think it'll be fun. I'm just a little bit cautious about what's going to happen once I get up there. I don't think I need to be painting this much of the background in, because I think so much of it is going to be these yellow ribbons. I'm excited to possibly read the new Strixhaven novel with my girlfriend. She's quite an avid reader. I like to read too. It's just I have this terrible affliction where when I go to read a book, it relaxes me and then I end up falling asleep. Even if I'm not like laying down, I typically end up falling asleep when I read books. It's not because they're boring. I'm into it. It's just I find it very relaxing and I pass out. And I kind of typically live in a constant state of not sleeping a healthy amount. So whenever my body gets relaxed enough, it's ready to pass out at pretty much any time. I'm just re-spreading this out a little bit. Any parts where it might have got a little thicker, I'm just kind of moving my paint around so it lays more flatly. Okay. While that yellow dries, I'm going to just add in a couple layers of white really quickly. And then I'm going to start blocking in some of the blue ribbons and all that exciting stuff. Also, you know, to pad out this drying time a little bit, I will clean up my text and my mana symbol. When I paint like this for these live streams, it's always makes for a strange time lapse, because typically I'll just like watch something or I'll be otherwise engaged so that when the paint needs time to dry, I will just do something else for a little bit and come back to it. But here, when I'm with y'all painting, I need to try to keep it a bit more engaged, right? So when I paint like this, I'm moving from place to place a lot, where what I like to do when I am typically painting, especially for time lapses, is really like nail one part of the card at a time. It just looks better on a time lapse because I gotta speed it up like 100, 200x times for it to be a decent length for a short that people won't scroll off of immediately. So it's a lot more engaging when I'm like rather than like like all over the card, because it's like very not clear what's even happening. But it's worth it to you know, hang out and get some good chats in. I don't stream too often because most of the time my girlfriend works from home, so I don't want to you know, pull her focus away from what she's doing. We live in a rather small condo together, and then there's, of course, she has like meetings that she has to sit on, so I can't really be yapping during that so much. But the days that she goes in the office are usually a pretty chill time to throw one of these streams on. And then also it has to line up with my commission schedule as well. So there's my girlfriend's work schedule and then there's my commission schedule. I don't like to do paint live cards that are going to be for a client on commission, because I just am super extra, diligent and like keyed in when I'm doing a card that someone has, put their good money on. So I really want to do those like perfect justice, and I know that if I'm talking while I'm painting and have distractions, it's more difficult to really get that consistent kind of approach. So that's why I can't live stream too much. But right now I do have like some commissions lined up, but all the cards that I need to paint are in the mail at this point. My local MTG scene isn't too huge. I try to support my LGSs and scour my local city for cards when my orders come in. But I find that a lot of times I just have to order them, which I don't know. I don't like waiting for stuff in the mail, really. I don't really support Amazon. I think it's been a long time since I purchased something from them. So I just don't buy stuff in the mail very often at all, frankly. Alright. I'm going to clean up my... oh yeah, I put all my toothpicks up here. I'm going to clean up my thought scour text a little bit. Ay. Sometimes I have, let me see here. I've got just like a hobby knife, right? And I'll just lightly hit the edge of my toothpick when it gets all gunky. Just a pro little tip, I guess. I don't know how many people out there looking are doing alters of their own. Frankly, I hope a lot of people are. It's a very fun way to engage in the TCG hobby. It's a creative thing. I feel like I've always been like a creative quote-unquote person, but since I wasn't creating art or anything, I was indulging in that creativity in very strange ways. And I'm not saying bad ways, I'm just saying strange. For example, I would obsessively build like deck list is one thing I would do, and I didn't realize until recently that it was basically my creative outlet, right? The way I was expressing myself. And for example, if I play a game like Diablo 2, like an RPG where you can make different character builds and stuff, I'm always building these strange, suboptimal characters, and that's like another way I was expressing my creativity. I would often like not even complete a playthrough of, X or Y game, but I would get to the point where I was no longer feeling engaged with the idea of the character or the build path or whatever, and then I would create another new character build path. I'm skipping the G for a moment because it's so curvy and I'm busy talking, so I'll come back to it when I feel like being quiet. But yeah, I was constantly doing these different ways to express myself, and when I started altering, like my desire to sit in front of Skyfall and make decks kind of it diminished a little bit. I can still get in that rabbit hole though, especially in spoiler season. Oh my goodness. But I gotta like pull myself away and get back to painting some days. Especially when like a new Pauper commander pops out, I'm like, let's go. But yeah, my point was, I just said that little tip about the toothpick and then yapped for a long time because yeah, I do hope that people out there watching, try something like this for themselves as well, right? I have not painted anything for probably a decade before doing these cards. And before that, it's not like I was, you know, experienced at painting. I painted like maybe 3 little projects for myself since I graduated college, which I went for theater production, and that's all the backstage work in theater. Does this connect? Let me see. What do G's look like? Does this G connect here? No, that would be like an 8. That's good the way I have it, right? Yeah, I went for theater production. That was all the backstage work of the theater. So painting sets was part of that, but but it wasn't a huge part of it. And the difference between painting like a 10-foot tall set piece and 2.5 inch by 3.5 inch playing card is like night and day, frankly. It's almost complete opposite. With the big set piece, you're like acknowledging that people are going to be far away, they're not going to be up close, and that you have that distance to let kind of like things blend in the eye. So it is very different, whereas with the trading cards, you want to be very detailed because people are going to be looking at it very closely. So the two things couldn't really be more far apart, but that was like the total accumulation of my experience. I never ended up working in theater, despite kind of attaining that education. So it's not like I professionally did that for years and started painting. So I think anybody can pick up a brush and, you know, if you're stubborn enough and you give it the time, you can do this, no problem. Because I have no like real color theory, right? If you want a little secret tip, if you're really stuck on a color, just pull up the digital card into like Photoshop, or there's free alternatives. I use GIMP, right? And just use the color picker tool on a color that you're stuck with and take a look at what it actually is, right? Now, of course, there'll always be differences on card printings, so that's something to be aware of, but it can kind of start leading you on the right path, and then you go from there, right? There's all sorts of things you can utilize. Speaking of like different printings, in the list of cards I was considering altering, there's a Black Waltz number 3, which is like a really good Pauper commander, by the way. But I finally pulled that card because I actually have 3 different versions of the card, but every time I get a version, the printing is very dark. So it took 3 different copies till I got one with a variation where it looked like it is printed a bit more light, which means that it's easier to get the details in. When all like gets really dark, really black, it's hard to get the details right. We're starting to get some really decent color matching over here, but it's starting to also reactivate the old paint and it's a little blotchy. So I'm just going to do a quick layer of white down here a little bit. I'm just going to water it out, then I just shake like the excess water off my brush. If it's got too much water still, I just put like the part without the paint on my paper towel, and you see like right there, it's soaked up that water. So I know now that it shouldn't be too watery. But yeah, I think I paint, overall I just use too much water. I want to get some fluid acrylics and start practicing with those. I think it would help make me more disciplined and more confident in painting with less watered down paint. And it also kind of forced me to paint a bit differently and learn how to actually paint better instead of just, you know, painting so thinly that I can go over it and over and over it until eventually it looks okay. Because what I lack in, raw talent and practice and experience, I make up for in just being very stubborn and willing to go over something however many times it takes until it starts looking good. But I think, developing a bit more skill and a bit more confidence, I think working with some liquid acrylics for a while would help me in that regard. So I want this to fade to white, so it's going to be kind of like strangely a white bordered card when it's done, but it's going to be like a faded to white bordered card at the bottom. So I'm interested to see how this turns out, actually. I think it's going to be pretty cool. Alright. Just get over that line. Whenever I'm doing this, like, it's very tempting to like stop at the line, but you want to make sure you cover the line and you go over the line. Because if you stop at the line every time, that line isn't going away. And this is a thing that I see in a lot of alters in my past work, is that, you look at it the wrong angle and that line is still there. And we want it gone. That's the whole point. Okay, I'm going to start blocking in some of the blue stuff going on with Thought Scour here. I'm going to just quickly compare some of my colors to what I see here. This is a very deep, dark blue. So I've got that to work with. I think I'll probably use this as a kind of like a base with some white to just kind of like block in shapes of what's going on. And then this is a very bright blue. There are some points where it gets pretty bright. Pretty blight? No, that was Lorwyn. Okay. This one is manganese blue, and I think this might be our closest to, like, down here. It's hard to see, but yeah, my focus is locked, so it has to remain that way. And before I only had like a cool blue and a warm blue, right? Ultramarine and Prussian. But when I did the Azula card, Firelord Azula, I had to buy a bunch of extra blues because it was just impossible to mix up the brightness, right? You can't really add like saturation to paint. You have to start with a very saturated paint and then, desaturate it if that's what the card needs. But to my knowledge, there's no really good way to add saturation, so that's why with printers, their primaries, instead of like your typical blue, red, yellow, they're yellow, magenta, cyan, because those are the highest saturation of colors, I believe, right? You can mix those and get what you want from there. But those cards aren't... Hey, Studio K. Studio K is really awesome altarist. He just popped in the chat. For anyone who doesn't know, they have really incredible work. You should check it out. Really an inspiration. Just fantastic. Great person. Really gives a lot of advice to other altarists. Generous with their time. Not trying to glaze and embarrass you, Studio K, but I'm only saying the truth, so... So, deal with it, I guess. I don't know. I tell no lies. But yeah, if anyone's... Uh-oh. I just realized my time-lapse turned off. I think... Let me see here. It is possible that my phone's internal storage is full. Let's see if it shuts off again. If it does, I'll just quickly transfer some files to my computer. I hope I didn't lose too much footage there. Oh well, it'll just be a jump cut. Alright, so we're just going to block in. I'm too sweet. No, I'm just being honest. I feel like the world would be a better place if we were all just, you know, honest about these things. You know, a lot of times people think it's, you know, cringe or a little strange to say something like that, but especially with, you know, guys, I think, you know, the younger generations are being a lot better about that, and I find, you know, the younger, the Gen Z, the Gen Alpha, I find they're a lot more emotionally available, a lot more emotionally mature than, you know, even a lot of millennials and Gen X, right? And with all my time working retail, I've worked with people from all nationalities and all ages, and I feel like there's a lot to learn from everyone. So that's one thing working with the younger generations that I've really admired about them, is that, you know, despite everything, I've seen so much emotional maturity and awareness in you know, the younger generations, which is funny because you hear so much about them, you know, being iPad kids or this or that, but yeah, I've met some really emotionally intelligent really emotionally intelligent and some really kind and responsible people, and I want to be more like them, just be open and honest and be more upfront with how I feel in the reality of the world. Especially in, you know, crazy times we live in. All we really have is our connection to others, I feel. I feel like without that, then, you know, kind of what are you in it for? Are you in it to try to amass as much wealth as possible, like your average billionaire? Well, I feel like if you weren't born a billionaire, you've already lost that game. So, what are you in it for? I think I'm in it to kind of build connections, which is really funny because I'm a really shy guy. I'm not really outgoing. I don't even go play Magic as much as I'd like because I'm just get kind of nervous when I go to the LGS. So doing a stream like this is very out of character for me. But it is fun, and I do find it like not super difficult to stream. I think it's because I'm doing the painting. You know, once or twice in the past I've tried to like stream playing games, but it was like very difficult to talk and play the game. Oops, sorry, I knocked my camera a little bit. It looks fine. One piece incoming here. I'm just gonna rough in a straight line because it's got some straight lines here. But I think the painting like relaxes me, and I don't know what it is, but I give myself a lot of grace when it comes to painting. I think it's like because I know I'm not like a pro or anything. I don't have like really any ego invested in painting despite making a YouTube channel and something. I've really tried with like my binder tours and stuff to show people that my approach isn't that I'm this great painter trying to show off. And I mean, if I was a really amazing painter, then I think, you know, I would have earned the right to show off. But I'm always trying to approach that I'm kind of just your average person who's trying to learn. So because of that mindset, I think like when I make mistakes or do things poorly, it's just like a learning opportunity. Streaming while altering helps my ADHD. I'm quite literally forced to focus on that one task. Any tips for new altarist? Yeah, I mean, there's lots of tips. If you had like a specific thing, I could talk about it. Like I said, Kay is in here, and Kay knows a lot about altering. So you've definitely got some sounding boards between me and Kay. Didn't turn out super well. Okay, I think my number one tip when it comes to altering is to put in the time. Right? And that doesn't mean like be obsessive about one card, right? Make your mistakes, do some flubs, but my tip is if you put in the time, you will get the results. And I'm not necessarily saying, oh yeah, like after 1,000 hours you'll be really amazing at altering. I haven't even done 1,000 hours yet. But my point is, a lot of times on the MTG altered subreddit, you'll see someone post an amazing card, and you know, in the past I've asked, or I've seen other people ask, you know, like, how many hours did you spend on this card, right? And typically when I see something amazing and then that question is asked, that's when they say like 20 hours, 30 hours, 40 hours. So for me, I think the biggest tip is just like the time you put into it will really reflect, even at an individual card level. I don't paint very fast, so it would be a miracle if I got anywhere close to this being done on this stream, frankly. I'm not making a living on this, yeah. So there's also the fact that, you know, the most amazing altarist, they are charging, you know, a fair rate for their time and their expertise, right? So if you see someone who puts in like a lot of time, amazing altar, then they're not letting that card go for free, right? But for me, I'm not making a living on this. Currently, I'm unemployed because, well, actually, technically I have 3 jobs right now. But I'm not actively getting hours at any of them because I was just recently on WCB for a workplace injury. And then I have 2 casual jobs in which I get hours when certain kind of things are triggered, right? So if a big strike happens in the nursing field, then I will get hours as a scheduler to help make sure the healthcare system keeps running while the nurses and doctors are on strike. And then I've got another position in which I help count petitions, you know, government petitions that get enough signatures to go through with the next step. I think I'm going to darken this one a little bit so I can see the differences between my blues here. So yeah, anyways, I have different jobs and this and that, but yeah, I'm not making a living off altering by any means, you know. I think at this point I make less on altering than most people spend on Magic the Gathering in a month, right? So this would be like a good little hobby to help supplement the Magic spending, right? But yeah, I mean, if you're going to make it like your full-time thing, then I think with like any kind of not just altering or painting or any type of artistry, if you're going to make it your full-time thing, you need to branch out. You need to be making tokens, right? You need to be doing all sorts of different stuff. Anyway, I rambled a lot. What else is happening in the chat? Art and time is subjective. Most advanced painter will spend less time on a piece. Yeah, true. But it'll be higher quality than the new artist. Super true, super true. Best to go with flat rates based on your level for that reason. Yeah. is about 50 bucks. Flat rate. I charge 60 for like most extensions. I don't know. It's weird because I got a lot of people asking me about full arts, and frankly, I don't like doing full arts. So that's where it gets like kind of annoying. It's like I almost want to. I've just been honest with people lately. I just say like, hey, this is like where I'm at with full arts. I don't think I'm the best option, and you know, I've been actually, you know, inviting people that like I've got other altruists I know and resources I can point them towards, because I just don't care for full arts that much. But I've actually been thinking about really slowing down and almost not even taking commissions, just because they kind of stress me out, if I'm being honest. And I don't know. Part of me is like, I would like to just be more talented at painting. And I'd like to focus on like the growth and development. Part of it is like, oh, I want to get better so then I can take on commissions and do better work for people. But I'm very aware that the way our human brains work, it just get to this point where it's like, well, are you ever good enough, right? So, but I would like to more or less like have a little online shop and then just upload my work, not rely on it for any sort of income. Just, you know, if you want one of my pieces, it's in my shop, right? And then if you have like a commander or something you want me to paint, just tell me what you want and I'll do it. I'll give you a heads up, say, hey, I finished it. Take a look if you want it. Then I'll sell it to you. But if not, I'll just upload it to my shop, right? But I keep saying I'm going to make some like big changes like that. And then I get like a backlog of like 4 or 5 commissions. And I'm like, oh, well, I guess I'll finish these and then maybe I'll make a change, right? So, I don't know. And then by the time I finish those ones, then I get some more commissions, and I'm like, well, okay. And so it goes, and so it goes. You can work however you want, but I will also say sometimes commissions give you a challenge that you wouldn't normally try yourself and pushes you. Yep, I very much agree with that. Yeah, I don't want to be contrarian. I guess my only thing is like sometimes I feel like maybe I don't rise to the challenge as much as I want to. Not that I don't intend to do the best work I can, but just the challenge might be a little bit outside of my current ability. And I just want people to, you know, get awesome cards that they're excited to play with. And, you know, I don't want anyone to, you know, second guess their idea to support an artist, right? But yeah, I definitely agree. But it was also fun to kind of like... Ooh. Varnish. I use the golden acrylic, the satin varnish on most of my cards. And then I forget who posted in the Discord, but someone said like for foils they use a combination of a semi-gloss, like satin varnish and a layer of gloss varnish. I did try that with a couple of my foils and they turned out pretty decent. So this card is really warped. Let's get that One Piece card back. It's a spray. It's a spray varnish. Lovely stuff. I feel like I got stun locked and I forgot what I was talking about. But that's okay. You know, if I was really clever, I would do this first line, because I'm gonna have to muddy up that when I did. Dun dun. Dun 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 dun. There. Dang. It's very helpful having Studio K in here with the expertise. The expertise. I'm just like a conduit, channeling like the pro who is Studio K. Good point about there's no set way, we're all using different stuff. Yeah, I mean, we're all using different stuff, and even card to card sometimes it's different, right? I think my first card I painted with dollar store paints. Oh, I still have them. I don't know where they are, but yeah. My first card was dollar store paint. Because I have this like weird thing. I don't know. I'm not going to like self-diagnose, but I have this thing where in the past I've kind of like bounced from one hobby to the next or really fast without even like spending that much time on it. And I would always be like getting expensive materials because I wanted to be good at something, right? So I would spend too much on a hobby that I was not committing myself to. But eventually I realized this was happening over and over. So I still enjoyed trying out new hobbies, but I was very honest with myself that I wasn't I was spending too much on something, too much money on something I was spending too little time on. So I got to this point where I was like, okay, I'm going to keep trying new things, but I'm going to, everything I try, I'm going to like get the entry level, the very basic version of, right? And so yeah, my first altar, I still have it in here. Bring out the binder. My first one that I did with the dollar store paints was... Sorry, just give me one moment. Where is it? Where is it? What the heck? No. I don't think I took it out of my binder. Let me see. Oh, here it is. This Executioner capsule with the dollar store paints. And you can definitely see, like, it was like, well, one, it was my experience level, and two, purple is really hard to mix, but you can see the difference between, you know, the purples on the card and my purples there. But it turned out well enough that that I had enough confidence and I enjoyed myself enough that I just kept at it. Okay, I'm just gonna clean up this edge a little bit. If you like wait till the very end to do a cleanup, then you're going to be just kind of like clumping a bunch of paint. So I'm just gonna clean this up a little bit. Won't be absolutely perfect. Maz Blue Main says, yo, that looks good. We're getting there. I'm a very slow painter. This is gonna be probably an all-day thing. Some point I'll take a little break to, you know, just walk my dog around the block. And keep at it. If keep at altering, you'll only get better. You probably will not get worse. You'll have some cards that challenge you and you're not as happy with, but if it challenged you, you probably got better, right? So just keep at it. You will not get worse. You'll only improve. And yeah, if you share your stuff anywhere, let me know and I'll check it out. I love looking at other people's work. As someone who like mostly does extensions, I really like I really like looking at people's work who, you know, do more original stuff and like art replacement. I'm still kind of like building up my confidence and my knowledge of, you know, anatomy and posing and what is the word I'm looking for? Perspective, of course, but composition. I'm still building my knowledge of composition to like make things actually interesting. But I feel like some people just are like, they really got like a lock on a style or a composition. Just the other day, I forget what his name is, but in the MTG Reddit, Altered Reddit, I think his name is Necro, I don't know, Necro something, but he always posts like these work with these really like high contrasty, like white and black and skulls and stuff. I really like seeing just like anyone who has like their own individual style. Mr. Meeseeks, I think is his name, in kind of the Alterist Discord. He's got like this really cool kind of like, I don't know if he's using Posca, but like looks very pop art and like very cool style. Every time I see him posting something, I'm like, your brain works differently than mine, and it's beautiful. My brain is like, I see this line, I make line longer. Very like caveman altering. Alright. Just need to add some more white in these places. I didn't really like scrape too much with the toothpick. I just didn't originally fill this in as nice as I would have liked. But yeah, even when I do my time lapses, usually I get like 85% there, and then I do the last 15% off camera really slowly and methodically, and then do a little transition into the final product. Because especially when I'm trying to get closer in with my lines and my details, I need to like move my head really close to the card typically. So so if I get too close, well, then you see my scraggly hair in the camera, and I don't think that makes for good TV. Is anyone out there in vertical land looking at the stream vertically? And YouTube just like automatically also does it vertically, so I'm wondering if that looks okay. Before I kind of put this cloud in the kind of bottom ribbon any further, I just want to make sure my background is starting to look kind of cohesive. I like this card because it feels like there's lots of like intentional brush strokes, by the original artist, Julie Dillon. I would guess that this is, I think that she probably did this with acrylics. Okay. Let's get back to putting in some more of these crazy ribbons here. I just want my paint to dry a bit because it always dries a bit darker, and I'm trying to really see what's going on with these ribbons here. And this is just like a big mass of ribbons. So I need them to be a bit differentiated because I want some to be in front of the others, right? Put this one in front of that. And I'll just fill this one in a little bit. And I'm not super sure on the color theory behind it, but I think because I laid down that like kind of yellowish base layer, it should help these blues pop a little bit more. Computer, log in with YouTube. Yeah, I'm just throwing it in there if anyone is out there. I have like a preview window and it looks like my card is pretty much centered, so should be okay. I think last time I forgot to hit like a button, so it wasn't showing the preview. So I just really tried to put the card in the middle. Oh my god, my pink got so watery here by accident. I was too busy yapping. Yeah, it didn't show a preview, blah blah blah, whatever. So I just really tried to put the card in the very middle of my phone preview and figured that was good, but it looks good. Justin Corville, first time here. This looks great. Thanks, my dude. I mean, it's a lot of people's first time because I've only ever streamed twice before. I figured I would, well, I don't know. I set kind of these strange goals for myself. Not so much goals, right? As, wouldn't it be cool if was kind of where my mindset was. Wouldn't it be cool if I got 1,000 subscribers? Wouldn't it be cool if, you know, I got the 3,000 long form hours to become partnered with YouTube? And I kind of like thought, yeah, it'd probably take a year for these things to happen, but they've happened in like less than half of that time, which has been really cool. So my point is, I thought like, I think I'll get to like 1,000 subscribers before I do my first stream. And then I got there and I said, oh, guess I gotta do this now, right? But it worked out because I had some of this gear from when I used to make a podcast, so the audio gear. And then my girlfriend, she has like a work phone, and they recently upgraded her to her like new work phone. So her previous work phone was an iPhone 12, and I was like, can I pretty please have that so I can use it as a camera on the stream? Because my webcam is very grainy, right? So that all worked out. So I'm using acrylic. I feel like most people use acrylic for altars. I am not sure how gouache interacts. I think gouache is like the paint that's really I think brittle is the word I'm looking for, right? So I think maybe on something that you intend to like bend and be flexible, maybe gouache isn't the way to go. And then as far as oil goes, when I see people oil painting, I think they're typically they're typically using that oil for like textural effects, right? I could be wrong. I'm not that educated. But I think oil painting gives a lot of texture, which is kind of the opposite of what you're going for when you're altering these cards. You want it to be nice and thin. So I think acrylic is the way to go. I've heard of people using modeling paint, and I've seen amazing work done with modeling paint. I'm using heavy body acrylic, but I find that just the pattern I've noticed is people who are producing amazingly detailed stuff are typically using fluid acrylic. I've also seen there was a guy who posted on the subreddit. He was using airbrush paints that instead of spraying out, he was like dipping into, and his work looked really impressive as well. Yeah, see, Studio K is saying for that detail work, the fluid acrylic is the way to go. So I haven't got there yet. I'm using heavy body. And I definitely noticed that like a lot of my detail work isn't as good as a lot of other alterists. Part of that is experience. I'm not blaming my paint. There's a lot of alterists have done really detailed work with heavy body as well. But I think it does help you get those little details. Alright, I'm having trouble visioning what this one is doing. So this one's coming out on top. So maybe this one is going... I need my paint to be darker for this one to differentiate it. So this one, let's say it's peeking over here and kind of coming into this mass of ribbons. That's what I'm telling myself. I say when I finish my tubes, I'll get fluid acrylic, but when you're painting so small, your tubes last a long time. I think like 5 months of painting, probably about 8 cards. Most of my cards I do white sections to help me get things where I want to be, and this is my white tube, right? This is like not even, I would say not even 1/6 of the way used up. So I keep telling myself, oh yeah, when my tubes run out, I'll get some fluid. But that could be a long time at this rate. There we go. I was really kind of hoping that people would vote for the craw worm. When I saw people voting for the thought scour, I was like, no, please. Please don't vote for the thought scour. It's gonna be hard. Oh yeah, I forgot. I think Studio K was talking about when you do commissions, it pushes you to do hard things. I was like, yes, but also when you let people vote on which card you alter, you might end up doing something hard. Yeah, that's what happens with me. I add too much water, and then my colors become kind of muddy, and then I have to go back in, and that's where I say, like, I always have this like last 15% of the card where I have to, you know, go back in with a really dry palette and fix my colors up that I let get too muddy. So yeah, it is kind of an issue I face. Oy oy oy. I did not do a good job setting up my quote-unquote wet palette here. It's because I got these sponges that like fit really perfectly in with this container. which is, I don't know, it like pleased my like tactile brain that it fits so well. But the problem is it's hard to like actually tuck my parchment paper in so it stays down because it's so tight in here. This is good TV, right? Get in there. Okay, now it's doing a little bit better at getting in there. The other day I used like one of those like the keyboard key pullers just to try to stuff it in there. But yeah, maybe when I take a little bit of a break and I walk my dog, I'll come back and I'll throw on a new sheet of this paper. Okay, I'm gonna just go in with this really dark blue here. Darken up some of these spots where these ribbons are really dark. Now that I've kind of seen the flow of them, I know what's overlapping what. I'm still gonna add in a bunch more, I think. Just do one large canvas painting a la Bob Ross. That makes sense. I'm due for new acrylics now. My niece has been going crazy with my good acrylics. Regarding acrylic consistency, higher pigmentation is valued because he wants as few layers as possible. Studio K, I really admire Studio K, very knowledgeable. I will say, extreme stickler, extremely disciplined when it comes to layers. And I say that very complimentary, but yeah, I always see Studio K giving very disciplined advice about layers. Me, I'm like, I will do as many layers as it takes. And I will just like thin the ever-loving heck out of my paint to do it. But I'm in the wrong because you've got to think, paint isn't one thing, right? Painting is a binding of the pigmentation, like Studio K is saying, in glue, right? So when I'm thinning my paints out too much, I'm just like applying a lot of glue, you can think, to the canvas rather than the pigment, right? So I know it's something I need to work on, but it's more or less a confidence thing where I feel like more confident slowly building something up rather than like being bold enough to make like a big stroke with a hardy kind of like brush full of paint. So I'm slowly getting there confidence wise. A favorite card art? Favorite card art? I think it's hard to pick a favorite. There's like what, like 30,000 Magic cards, I think, at this point. It's very difficult to pick a favorite, I would say. I can like point to ones that have some sort of meaning to me. For example, one of the times I came back to Magic was during like 2014. So Theros was kind of like on the horizon, and I think like Gate Crash and those sets were big. So at that time, Gift of Orzhova was kind of in standard, and that card art blew me away. I really admire Gift of Orzhova. That's what it's called, right? Gift of Orzhova? It's got like the stained glass wings on it. So that's one card that I really like. I'm just planning my gray here. I am going to lock in kind of my gradient a little bit more, but I'm thinking. Thanks for live streaming this. It's nice listening to the conversation with chat, observing the process. I'm at work, and it's nice to see the creative process. Hey, well, thanks for tuning in, right? Even if nobody showed up, I would kind of like do this little celebration stream. But it is really nice to, you know, have the conversation going, right? So anyone who's kind of like active in the chat, you know, I see this as you're thanking them just as much as you're thanking me, right? I am just somewhere where we can all hang out for the moment. But yeah, it's the lovely people in the chat who are giving me something to bounce off of. Oh, here we go. That's starting to look a little better. Like I say, it's great to have Studio K here. A lot of knowledge, a lot of experience. Like I said before, super generous with their time. And I think Studio K is like over in EU, so it must be a strange time for them right now. It's probably quite late at night, I would guess. I don't know. Probably settling down before bedtime, I would presume. But I could be misremembering. A lot of people in the Alter Discord, I kind of get them all mashed up in my head. Remembering stuff isn't really my strong suit. My girlfriend and I are always having misremembering moments. Oh, I think this is gonna... Yeah, that looks pretty good there. Alright, so my camera did shut off on my phone. Just give me 1 second here. I think I might be full of data. 1 second. Sorry, my dad is texting me. He wants to go for a walk. I'm like, oh no, I've got a thing right now, actually. All right, I'm gonna transfer some files onto my computer from my phone. Am I gonna do that? Let me see. I just need to find a cable. This is going into this. It's going into this. I'm going to lose my webcam if I unplug this to transfer files. Alright, I'm just going to say to heck with it with the time lapse. Maybe I'll pull footage from this if I need to. I don't want to cause a big disruption here. Yeah, it's 7:30 p.m. I presume for Studio K. Stream in my evenings, since most of my watchers are in the US. Oh, okay. Studio K, what do you stream on TikTok? Is that where you're streaming? I'll have to pop into your stream. You should post it in the Discord. You know, the other 2 times I streamed, I didn't post in the Discord because I was feeling a little shy. But Malk popped in, Malk Shake, and he said post it next time. So I'm just obeying Mulk. Obeying has some strange connotations, but I'm just respecting his opinion that I should do that. I will be there. Hey, hi buddy. Looks great so far. Well, thank you. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. You know, I have this strange thing where I sometimes work from like least difficult area to most difficult area, and I feel like because I'm live streaming, I'm gonna get that plaguing me very shortly here. But I'm gonna try not to drag my feet on some of these areas. I noticed the last time I did it, I kind of really started slowing down as I got to parts I was more nervous of doing. Yeah, TikTok and sometimes Twitch. Okay. Yeah, post your streams in there, Studio, okay? I'll definitely tune in because, you know, a lot of times I'm doing painting, so it's good to have something in the background, and, you know, I can pop, like, when I'm not live streaming, I take a lot of time between my layers, right? So I can chat while I let things dry. I really want to get kind of like this area good, and then once that is good, I'll be more confident adding in these clouds and stuff. Because of this opacity, I think I really want to lock down the background before I do that area. Yeah, I don't really plan on being consistent with my streams either. I think I mentioned earlier that, you know, my girlfriend works from home a lot, so of course I don't stream during those days. So I kind of just checked in with her yesterday. So, are you going into the office tomorrow? I'm hunching over the painting. Yeah, once I get like into more of the detail stuff, I get quite hunchy as well. A lot of the cards I try to pick are more vibey and less super detailed, and especially because of since I'm like pretty much always recording a time lapse, I hold my brush like really far back, right? Which is like not as great for details as well. You'll see like when a lot of altarists kind of like post the behind the scenes or whatever, and they're doing really detailed work, then they're like holding the brush like this. But if I have to do something on this side of the card, it doesn't make for good time-lapse TV. How do you not get annoyed with the phone in the way? I have 2 phones, a microphone, and 2 lamps set up right now, so it is what it is. I don't know. Oh my goodness. Get on there. It is what it is. The only time I get annoyed is like when I bonk like I accidentally headbutt my phone or something, and then it like moves a little bit. That's really the only time I get annoyed. I went to the movies last night. I saw The Drama with Robert Pattinson and Zendaya. And it was a good movie, frankly. It's not really one you can talk about too much without getting into spoilers, so I won't really go into it, but I would recommend it. I think it was a good movie. And I'm usually like quite a harsh movie critic, right? But I enjoyed it quite a lot. Yeah, Studio K is 100% right. Once you're in like the details, like typically, I've said this already, but even just like the one camera recording my time lapse, I usually get the card like 85% of the way there and then move the camera out of the way and finish it off. So that's like another reason I do a lot more like vibey cards instead of like really precise cards. Because if it has to be like insane detail from the very beginning, it's not really good for time lapsing so much. And then I've had a lot of cards that I do for like clients that I like don't get any footage of or very little footage of just because of, well, that's a lot more green than I was expecting. That's okay, I don't need that. Let's clean that out of my brush. And you see Project Hail Mary? Yeah. I've heard it's good. It is good. I saw Project Hail Mary. Very good movie. Very, 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 very good movie. Wonderful movie. Made me feel the feelings. It was a very character-driven story, which is like, I'm more of a character. I appreciate character more than I do like big set pieces and spectacle. Is at the end of a movie, I'm always like thinking, what did the character learn? How did they change, right? And I base like a lot of my appreciation on the movie. If those things occurred. If there was no character growth, I typically don't enjoy the movie. Ooh, this is way too watery, but we're just kind of vibing in a sky here, so that's fine. So yeah, it was character driven, and you know, you're with like 1-2 characters for the most part throughout the most of the film. So if you know that the characters had to be well done, if you're just stuck with like 2 of them that whole time, right? And the book, I haven't read the book yet, but I'm meaning to. It is like one of my girlfriend's favorite books. So I do have to read the book. And then her and I can talk about the differences between the book and the movie. Because I know she's been wanting to talk more about it with me. So I want to get an audiobook so I can listen while I paint, but there's not even in like a Google Books, which I usually use to download my audiobooks. It's not even available there. Uh-oh. We're getting far too yellow right now. Oof, I don't know. One battle after another, I don't know, hot take, but like personally, I didn't love it. I did not love One Battle After Another, and I can get into it if you really want, but I don't really necessarily want to like yuck your yums if you enjoyed it, right? But yeah, I didn't appreciate it that much, frankly. The audiobook. Audible. I use Google Books because I I use this thing called Google Rewards, where basically it's like you're giving your data to YouTube actively, or not YouTube, to Google, and they give you like pennies at a time. But currently in my Google Rewards, I have like $25 that I can spend like anywhere in the App Store or the bookstore. So I use this Google Rewards, and then I try to spend that like quote unquote free money on my books and stuff. Yeah, I don't know, cause I feel like I don't know. I feel like One Battle After Another, it almost like got into like the identity kind of like war that's kind of going on in the US. I don't know. It's like moralistically, I side with the movie, but I feel like the discourse about the movie became more about being on a side rather than the merits of the movie itself. So, I don't know. It's kind of complicated. Maybe I should do that. I don't know if I've ever done I probably have done a free audiobook trial. Audible trial. I can't remember. But yeah, it's I also use library apps, right? So my dog is actually named after Libby, which is a library borrowing app. This one piece my paint doesn't want to stick to. There we go. Yeah, so I use this Libby app a lot of the time, and it doesn't have the audiobook either. That, or I can't remember. It might have like 1 million people borrowing it right now. Yeah, I'm not in the US either, and I think that's like part of it, kinda. But like, I just felt like the whole movie was like, hey, did you know racism is bad? I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm like, yeah, it sucks. And then like, at the end, I don't know if I want to spoil it or not, but basically at the end, how kind of like that one antagonist villain kind of reaches his comeuppance. I was like, I bet they're gonna go that far and do it like that, like they're like calling back to the major villains of World War II, right? And then yeah, they literally did that, and I was like, okay, this is like very symbolic, very emblematic, and I don't know if the movie earned that, because at the end of the movie, I feel like there's no character growth. Leo's character stayed the same. His daughter stayed the same. I just didn't feel like there was character growth. And I feel like everyone's like, hell yeah, it's time to like revolt. Kind of like there's that kind of aspect going in US politics right now. Like, time to rise up and get our voices. Great, love it. But did any of the revolt in the movie lead to something good happening? No. It like almost undermined its own message by showing that, you know, nothing changed and nothing got better through those actions. Anyway, like I thought the cinematography was good, the music was good, the plot was good, but like I said, I'm more of a character focused enjoyer of movies, and yeah, I just didn't vibe with the characters enough. But I did find it really funny that, you know, like Leo is our protagonist, right? I forget his character's name, but he's our protagonist, and he's just bumbling through the whole film. And frankly, he doesn't really do anything that ultimately affects the plot, the overall plot, right? He does small things that affect certain characters at times, but more or less he's like bumbling through and just like kind of there. And I thought that was like a fun approach. It's just funny. But yeah, I won't harp on one battle after another anymore. I forget what my movie of the year last year was. I think it was kind of a like mid-year for movies, frankly. For me. Library stuff. Library is the way to go. I love the library. I like to go to the library. I like to borrow stuff digitally from the library. I'd like a job at the library, but it's like pulling teeth to even get an interview there. I was thinking I could like start an Instagram and borrow a book from the library and just every day, like day 12 of not returning this book to the library till they give me an interview. Day 13 of not returning this book to the library till they give me an interview. I was like, damn, you gotta be like a influencer just to get an interview. But yeah, that's my current scheme. I've applied at the library like 100 times. I actually went through the effort of like going to like the library about me page, finding the branch managers, finding their emails, and just like sending a polite like cold email, right? And I never even got like a response back, right? I never got like a thank you for your interest, this, that. And I didn't do it out of nowhere. Like, I wait till there is a job posting there, and then I try to, you know, make it known that I'm very interested and eager. But yeah, even in that situation, I never got any traction. Really bums me out. Brought out the best idea? I mean, it was publicly available emails, right? Like, I didn't do anything shady. And when I say publicly available, it's like branch manager of blank library on the library website. And this was only after, you know, like, this is like a Hail Mary move, right? And I'm not referencing the film, I'm referencing the idiom. That, like, I've applied to this place so many times that I just want to try using a method that I know at least it will get in front of someone. I feel like that's the problem with applying for jobs these days is you just don't know if your application is even going to get in front of a human being or not. I've applied to a lot of jobs. I've applied to like a job where I've applied to the jobs multiple times where the job gets listed that day. I applied that day or, you know, the next day within 1 day of it being posted. And then within 1 day of that, I get a rejection letter saying they went with a different candidate. How is that even possible? Oh, the idea of not returning the book? Yeah. I don't know if it's the best idea or not. I think it's a funny idea. I mostly bring it up as a joke. I don't think it would work, right? They might like interview me. No, they probably wouldn't interview me ever, but they might like reach out and be like, "Can you just give us our book back?" I'd be like, "Okay, okay." Oh man, I'm coming up against a little bit of a wall here with these. I think I need like a little bit of I just need this yellow not to be so vibrant. It's almost like just a slightly bit of peachiness to it. See, this is like the part where I get nervous on stream where I'm like, oh god, I don't know what to do. How do I make this color? Internal hiring, yeah. I don't know. I have this thing where like I honestly want, even though I'm like, you know, like 36 years old, I honestly want a part-time job because I keep my expenses really low. I don't live in a house. I live in a small, you know, condo, and I don't drive at the moment. which is fairly unheard of in my city, but I just don't like to spend a lot of money on gas and vehicle maintenance and all that, and frankly, I don't like to support the oil industry very much, so it's kind of a moralistic thing in a way. So I don't drive. I live in a small place. I don't need that much money to survive, even though, you know, living expenses are really high. I just keep it really casual that way. So I genuinely want a part-time job, but since I've been like a, you know, like a retail manager for the last decade plus, I think everyone sees my resume and they're like, this guy doesn't actually want a part-time job. He's just, you know, he'll be in here for 2 weeks until he finds the role he actually wants. So it's a little bit frustrating that way. So my next step in the whole process is I need to just like get in front of people and just convey like what I'm actually looking for to them so that they don't have these doubts. Yeah, the smallest amount of red, yeah. Dylan Hendrickson, art looks sick. Thank you. I mean, 90% of it is the original work of, I think, Julie Dillon from the card, and I'm extending that. I know that you're probably well aware of that, but I just like to give the artist just a little bit of a shout out, right? Yeah, this small amount of red. The thing with me too is like I put so little paint on my palette. You know, I should probably just be a little less, I don't want to use the word cheap because it has negative connotations, but a little less stingy maybe, and just kind of go for it. But let me see here. It's just a tough habit to break, really. Okay, let's mix that up a bit more. So, you know, you do stuff the same way enough time. Now, the thing is, this is burnt umber for my brown. It's the only brown I really use. And it already has like a red tinge to it, so I might not have needed too much red there. But we'll see what happens. But yeah, I kind of had this very similar kind of very subtle color quandary. Color quandary, that sounds nice. Yesterday with the lightning bolt I was working on. It's very similar, just a little off yellow that was looking almost like a reddish, pinkish, peachish color, but not like a bright peachish color. Kind of like dim color. I was debating kind of getting a brighter color and then washing color over it, which might have worked, but since I wasn't really recording at that point, I certainly wasn't live, I just stubborned my way through it like I want to do. I think just a tiny bit of white here. Oh, got too much water on my brush. Just touching the paper towel, get some of that water off. Paper towel is thirsty. You're probably hearing my dog in the background playing with a milk jug. She's probably confused why I'm talking so much and just decided to take matters into her own hands to get a bit of attention, as she is wont to do sometimes. Now, one thing I'll say is that when I'm struggling to mix a color and I'm really focusing on one area, Sometimes I may not be finding the right color for that area, but it will be right somewhere else. So if I test it and it doesn't look right there, I'll just start looking for places it might work. So I don't always get things in the exact order I want to do them, but it makes it a little bit less maddening if you're like, oh, well, that may not work for what I'm trying to do here, but it works over here, right? And then when in doubt, just paint into the original card. When in doubt, just change it. Hello, how's the snoot? Oh, Belinda, why are you watching? Get back to work. You're the breadwinner. What are you doing? At 84M. How's the snoot? Well, can you hear her with the milk jug? She's restless. She's a crazed beast. Sorry I doxed your name, by the way. Rip. I was just so surprised. I was just so surprised. Oh my god, now I'm like really nervous. My girlfriend's watching me? This is messed up. Can't be doing that. Now my cutie pie GF is watching? Oh no. Oh no, no, no. My 3.14 GF? Yeah. Just get rid of the original art. Don't need it. Well, I need it. I need it. I did some altering to really bad cards that nobody wants to play. I lowered their mana cost. Nobody wants to play them competitive anyway, so nobody seems to care. Dang. There's always that card that I think about. I don't know why I think about it so much. Just because I kind of like got into Magic during Theros. But what is it called? Like Phalid Jack's Giant or something? I think it's just the art. He's like holding this giant boulder. And there's so many cards that I'm like, man, I kind of want to paint this, but this card means nothing to nobody except me. So yeah, I know what you mean about like altering unplayable trash. It's like nobody even cares. It's like, okay, so now you're like you're 7 mana, 5/4 cost 6 mana, cost 5 mana. Okay. Does it have an ability? No. Yeah, that definitely rings home with me. Okay. I think I gotta do some more of these ribbons. I've been stalling a bit too much. Alright, let me just trace kind of what's going on. Got this one over here. This is gonna go over top of our V. This one in back. This one behind here. This one here. This one here. So we've got a lot of like blue in here that needs to be doing something. Yes. Okay. I'm going to be brave and just start putting in some blue here. Am I in Canada? Hell yeah. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I am up in Canada. They're still not great. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. There's a lot of cards where you could cheat on their mana cost and they still be like unplayable. Okay. So this line's gonna basically go over all my ribbons except this one. Okay. This is really tricky because I'm just trying to balance different shades of blue, not really planning what I'm going to do with them, but just so I can see different shapes and see where they're going. I guess it'd be better if I just did outlines. We'll get there. Just gotta trust the process, even if you don't know what the process is. That is my general approach to things. The about gives you away. I don't know. I think even for like your average Canadian, I just talk weird. My girlfriend is always finding different ways in which I speak funny. I do a lot of just like mushing words together and not enunciating very well. So yeah, I do have strange speaking patterns even for your average Canadian. I just say things poorly. Mm-hmm. Okay, this was in here. Okay. Put that there. And I'm just kind of like blocking in some shapes. What these ribbons are gonna do. I don't want any background up here in this big mass of them. Then over here, I'm fine with some background coming to be. I'm just trying to get the vibe of what's actually going on here. So let me see this one, this here, this here. Yeah, I think this can be like sky for the more or less up here. Maybe I put in a big cloud. I think that can be sky. Because we've got a good amount of ribbon stuff going on over here. I think it might be nice to just have a little break from the ribbons. I don't mean like painting them break, I mean like a visual break. So it's not all ribbon all the time everywhere at once. I think one of the things I say quite incorrectly is I will pronounce like egg, like egg, with an A instead of an E, egg. And then milk, I'll just say milk a lot, so it's like with an E. I say a lot of things incorrectly, and I kind of mumble a lot too. So yeah, I know that speaking isn't really my strong point a lot of the times. And I do have a little bit of, like always in the back of my head, I'm like, oh, I'm saying things bad. But that's okay. Alright, so this is going light to dark, light to dark. So this isn't so much really flowing like with the lighting of the rest of the scene. It's just going from light to dark, irregardless of really what else is going on. I'm just going to paint it in white to start with, so I have some like relatively clean lines. This would be a good thing to like do at the very end with getting my head nice and close for that detail, but I can always fix it up more at the end. I just want to really outline my shape here. What about bag? Like bag? Like, do you ever feel like a plastic bag? Are you expecting I say like beg? Bag? Bag. Bag. I don't know, Studio K. What about squirrel? PM Nara, aka Aaron, what up? Oh, not much, just back at it again. The Thought Scour. The progress is slow but steady. I am not in a rush. I'm never too much in a rush painting. But when I am streaming, I tend to stall on doing the more tricky parts of a piece. So I'm trying to keep cognizant of that and not stall too much. And that's more or less what's going on. I'm just kind of adding some more of these really diagonal strokes because we got some of that in the original kind of piece. So I'm trying to make some strokes that mesh with that. And then once this part is good, then I'll add in this little bit here. That comes out as big. Uh-oh. Stick Boy says, hello, all. Hello, governor. Trying to find t-shirts to buy for when I play each of the Avatar The Last Airbender commanders. Need some t-shirts anyway. Damn. Hop on Etsy. Hop on Etsy. I'm sure you can find some there. I think maybe, what if you just like got a shirt with some Velcro and just Velcroed a patch on it? Whatever commander you're playing, just swap the patch out on your one Velcro shirt. That's how I would like to do fashion. Is I just have like one shirt and then whatever I'm feeling that day, I just put a patch on it. Where the vibe is for the day, I just throw a little patch on there and then I'm off to the races. This is like one of my worst wet palette applications yet. I need to cut these sponges down to size a little bit. Okay, what color am I at? Oh, this is a nice kind of cream. A little bit more of a yellow in here. This would be good for throwing in some beams. Oh yeah, that's a little bit more bright than the original card. We'll see, it'll probably dry on a little darker. Wonderful. Oh, governor. I once asked a very special lady to play MTG with me for a date because I want to have some magic moments. And then, don't leave us hanging. What happened? Is this true love? Is this a true love story unfolding in the chat? The problem with fading to white is the white really, you cannot hide any errors in this like full white. Any buildup of layers, anything like that, it definitely shows. But I think this will have to probably be an off-stream activity, like really slowly whitening this out. So I think I'm just going to kind of put that from my mind for now. Because otherwise I'm going to spend a lot of time just whiting very gently so that it doesn't build up texture. So I'm just going to push that from my mind and accept that that's not going to look good until I hit it up afterwards. And I'm going to go in here and start trying to iron out some details. Damn. He rage baited her by targeting her commander non-stop and she left. That's how my Magic games go anyway. We've got kind of a friends to... No, we've got a enemies to lovers trope in Aaron's Magic games. Everyone is the enemy. But after the game, maybe that's where the magic happens. Wait a minute, the magic? Alright, so these bits of the V are pretty much getting surrounded. There might be a little bit in here, but otherwise they're going to be hidden, it looks like. Okay, I'm more or less happy with up here. I can add this cloud in. This cloud is going to cover all this kind of like blahness anyway. I got a little bit of water on my card. Suck that up. And then I can add kind of these highlights back in over top. So it's really just this bit here that, and down here a little bit, that I need to get a bit nicer before I can move on with my sky. Ooh, oh mama, oh mama. Whenever I stream, I don't know why, I feel like doing a Johnny Bravo impression. I don't know why. It's not good content. I know that. But it doesn't stop me from wanting to do it. It does not stop me from desiring the Bravo. Alright. I'm gonna have to lighten this up. One thing I do is like, I don't make enough of any given color. So I'm always having to like go back and remake colors, and then I make them too watery. So if you're doing alters at home, you know, don't be so stingy with your paint. When you finally like get to that color, you want a lot of it to work with. You don't want to have to remake it again in a couple minutes. But I'm always putting myself through that. Don't be like me. Be just a little bit different. A little bit more planned with your colors. Okay. I think this is like more or less... Oh no, we're too light still. I just need to get like a little beam of color. Oh wait, I just grabbed the wrong part of my palette, that's why. Not quite. Very close. Oh wait. More layers I do, the better it's looking here. Okay. Hold. Hold. And that's kind of the struggle, is like when you finally find your color, but then this like line still exists because you didn't cover it up enough. And then you didn't make like enough of your color to comfortably cover this line. And that's where you make your own problems that didn't exist until you made them for yourself. I'm very good at this, by the way. But I'm in no rush. Alright, I painted just a tiny bit too much into this cloud than I wanted to. So I'm just going to be very careful. And I'll probably paint into this cloud when I'm actually painting cloud. But for now, I just really want to see the proper color as close to where I'm going to extend it as possible. There we go. Ding dong. Ding ding ding. Mind if a white boy do a little sea shanty? Righto, righto. Where's our LO? Where's our LO chap? Still here, chap? I like a good hello. My typical email greeting is hey yo. If you've got a commission from me, you probably know. I'm always hitting them up with that hey yo. Hey yo. Alright. This needs just... Oh, I need some more white. Where is it? I just need to reduce that saturation a little bit. For this lower part of the sky. Like I said, I'll really focus on that gradient probably off camera, like here down. Because it'll be really finicky stuff. I'll need to do a bunch of white layers here. And yeah, it's just going to be a lot if I get too into the weeds on that during the live. It will make for pretty boring content. But just know it will happen at some point. Speaking of rage bait, what a fun way to start a sentence. Speaking of rage bait, is anyone like tired of rage bait content? I feel like 90% of the content on the internet is just rage bait at this point. And I never used TikTok until I started like posting these altars there. And like it's really nice since I post this stuff, a lot of like the algorithm like shows me other artists' work, and not just altarists, but shows me a lot of people who are, you know, making music and trying to, you know, get some attention to their music. It shows me a lot of that stuff. But I think TikTok also has this like base layer of just like people rage baiting. Show the Jolly Balloon Man. Oh, okay, this is oh no, I've forgotten the name. Anyway, I shouldn't dox you anyway. But yeah, I have the Jolly Balloon Man here. I've got it in a sleeve at the moment. There's still some like blacks I want to darken up here. But putting in the sleeve like really helps show what's going on. This was probably one that I'm gonna upload like relatively soonly. Soonly a word? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's not. But here's Jolly Balloon Man. And yeah, the next card I'm going to be working on is Keith, which I hope is coming in the mail today. I've been checking the mail every day, and I'm like Bart Simpson when he's trying to order the spy camera. Lady, where's my spy camera? Where's my spy camera? That's me waiting on Keith right now. But yeah, Jolly Balloon Man. And then I've got my lightning bolt that I just finished. Where did I put that? Okay, it's over here. So I've got Jolly Balloon Man, lightning bolt. Those are going to be like my next couple uploads. And this was a fun one, more or less. I did that last night. Scariest card I ever pulled. I will say, I simply cannot fathom why they made the Jolly Balloon Man Boros. Is it just because Jolly is in the name? It's like, oh, he's just a jolly guy. No, he's scary as hell, dude. That's Rakdos if I've ever seen it. Why did they make him Boros? And there's like the Needlekin. Are there like other white aligned Needlekin? I think that's what they're called. What are they called? Razorkin. Sorry, not Needlekin. Razorkin. Are there other white, like, colored Razorkin? Like, I pretty much only know the, like, uncommon creatures and the common cards of Duskmourn because of being a pauper guy. So, I really don't know. Okay, I'm gonna have to bite the bullet and just, like, throw some paint onto this border. And it's not going to color match, but I just have to get rid of that line. And then we'll fix it up later. Like this line is pretty much gone, so I'm good with that. But this side I need to get rid of that line. But yeah, that's my thing with the Jolly Balloon Man. Really cool card. Why the heck is he white though? Anyone know the lore? The Jolly Balloon Man lore? Does he come up in the in the Duskborn novel or whatever? I don't think Duskborn got a novel, but what was it Shauna McGuire? She did writing for Duskborn, right? Was it just like what form did that take? I don't know. I am interested in reading the Strixhaven novel, though. I'll see if I pull the trigger on that or not. Oop. But I probably got other things I'd prefer to read first. But we'll see. Alright, I need just a tiny bit of yellow in here. And this won't be perfect, but... And then I need an imperceptible amount of red. I'm all about getting this line gone right now. I feel like my whole life will explode in velocity once this line is out of the way. Explode in velocity. I feel like when I'm streaming, I just say random things, man. I don't really understand it, but yeah. I say things I've like never said before in my entire life. The other Razorkin are red. Yeah. But are any of the other Razorkin white? I don't think so. Anyway, that's my only thing with the Jolly Balloon Man. Dope card, but crazy that it's white. Oh boy, oh boy. Alright, I'm just gonna add some blue into some of my ribbons that are less dependent on the ribbons around them. This one's gonna be quite dark. Yeah. Razorkin. I wonder who started like adding kin to... Like I know it's not... Magic wasn't the first thing to do it, but... At some point... Someone said like, hey, we just add kin to it and we've got a new humanoid species. How does it sound when I mix the water? That's like rest in peace headphone users, or it's fine? Just get that bit off there. Because I'm just going to dab some color, even if it's wrong, just to get some opacity on this line. I don't want it to show through. I know that I spent a decent amount of time trying to get this really good, but... Wounded Duckify, I'll be popping in and out while at work. Sounds good to me. Nice to have you popping in and out. Get that work, earn that bread. We love that. Doobity-dee-bitty. Let's see here. Alright. My main goal is just getting rid of these lines at any cost right now. and then I'll go back and fix it all. Because if I don't do that, we're gonna have issues. And the issue will be I'm sad. Which, pretty big issue. I don't want to be sad. This is a pretty good cream though. Pretty good cream color. You can paint in a little bit with that. Oops, just touched the microphone with my hair. I hope that didn't make a funny sound. Doing CAD work? Crazy, you're working with the Canadian dollar? Just kidding, I know what you mean. What does CAD stand for? It's something Autodesk. I used to work with CAD. I did engineering design drafting for a little bit in college. I ended up dropping out, but I was learning drafting and drafting programs. Certified Autodesk? I forget what CAD stands for though. But yeah, I more or less enjoyed my time doing that kind of stuff. I'm getting a pretty good little gradient going on now. Just pull that color down a little bit more. And like I said, goal number 1 is just covering this line, and then we can fix it once that's covered. But I don't really care what color I use, I just want it gone. Greatness at any cost, so they say. And the cost is that I'm gonna have to go back and fix it. Ooh, I'm liking that right there. And this is going to be a little bit of a mess until I can get that line straightened out. Autodesk, computer aided design. Okay. I was way off, but I at least know what you use it for. That's something, right? Part of me wishes I like got into like 3D printers. They're so like ubiquitous now. And it offers such a level of creativity. But I don't think I would have like, and I still don't super align with the amount of like plastic it produces. Although, you know, basically every product that exists uses some sort of resources from our world, right? Now these don't have black outlines. There's no black outlining in this work at all. So these are just gonna have to be like the craziest, crispiest lines I can possibly do, which that might just wait until I turn the cameras off and I can get my head right on top of the card without headbutting any microphones. But we're gonna try to get, you know, like I said, 85%, 90% of the way there on stream, and then just do a little bit of touch-ups off stream. My colors are getting a little bit muddied, but at the moment, like I said, I'm not so worried about the color matching. I just want these lines out of here. Man, this card is like a subtle one. Even when I was like putting up the thing, like, which card should I do? I was like, maybe I should just not put Thought Scour in there. Maybe this is not the way. But, I did it. Yeah, like people making like really like useful things is really cool with 3D printing. Like one thing I was thinking, it'd be nice if I just had like a little like thing I could put on the end of my cap here and then just quickly take it off, because sometimes it can be a bit tricky when it gets really stuck on. But if you had like something that gave you a bit more leverage even, that would be a really useful little tool. So yeah, I really like the idea of like printing little useful tools. And in a way, if you're like fixing the stuff you own through 3D printing as a solution, then you're making less waste, right? You're fixing and reusing, as opposed to, oh, my so-and-so broke, I need to go buy a new one. If you can print off a part that fixes the issue, then yeah, it can also be a way that, you know, you're helping the environment, right? I don't mean to like paint all of 3D printing with a wide brush. I just think just like everything, it has its positives and negatives, I guess. But yeah, I guess it's just like my brain trying to like justify a reason why I'm like, oh, I didn't get into this because I'm super moralistic, and I don't know. I always have to find some sort of justification, it seems. Man, this line is, I just needed to go over it with more white earlier in the process. I end up using a lot of white because white is actually like rather cheap compared to a lot of other paints. Like, if you don't paint, you're probably not aware, but the paints cost different amounts depending on what color it is, right? So like really bright, vibrant blues cost they're like the more expensive pigments, whereas, you know, your base whites are relatively cheap. So that's kind of part of the reason why I end up doing a lot of blocking off with whites when I do my alters, is because I'm just trying to be really efficient with my paints. Man, this is a stubborn little line, but we will get there. The line, I guarantee you this line isn't as stubborn as I am, so it's just a matter of time till it's out of here. I'm definitely gonna have to fix up my palette a little bit when I take a little snoot walk break. Let's just get that right there. Okay, that part of the line is pretty much gone. I'm gonna have to fix my fabric a little bit, or not my fabric, my sky. But that part of the line is getting pretty slight. There we go. I'm just going to finish this with these like diagonal brush strokes, because that's kind of the way the rest of the light is going. So every like little bit of that ends up adding up. If I do my strokes all the opposite way, it's going to end up really clashing with that original art. So I like to get like my colors in place and then just kind of do strokes that either align with the direction of the light or with the strokes of the original piece. Alright, I need to take a sip of water. Just give me a moment. There we go. Sorry, I was getting a little dried out from doing a lot of yapping. Ding 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 ding. There we go. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. And once this line is gone, I'm going to be off to the races like you wouldn't believe here. I do think this part is good, so I could put in kind of this little draping bit. And I could put more or less these in. Excuse me, sorry. This needs a little bit of a touch up. Yep, that helped a lot. Wonderful. So yeah, I can probably start putting in my clouds in this. I think maybe just a little bit more effort cleaning this up. Uh-oh. I'm getting to the point where I just, I'm not really so worried about color. I just want this line gone. Because I can always go and fix up the colors. We got Danny. Hey, yo. Welcome back. I looked at your channel the other day a little bit, Danny. I wanted a little bit more time so I could really kind of dive into a longer video, but I was looking at some of your like D&D planning stuff. I thought it was really cute and really fun. So I'm probably going to look at it a bit more and get a better sense of what you've got going on over there. But I was enjoying the stuff I was watching. Very cute stuff. I wish I could paint more cute stuff. I guess I just need practice. Growing up, I was always painting, like, not painting, I was always drawing like swords and armor and shields and stuff. I never really set aside much time to make something cute. But I really like the idea of like taking like this little world, this little D&D world that you've created, taking that and sharing it with people, right? I think D&D is an excellent avenue for creativity, and typically you share it with like 3 or 4 people in your D&D group, but it's like you've created a whole, you know, a whole world, a whole setting, a whole, you know, town of characters or this or that. It's so cool to be able to share that with more people than just your D&D group. Especially with like the amount of passion and effort people put in these things. You know, I've been a DM a decent amount myself, right? So I can definitely appreciate the amount of care that goes into that stuff. For anyone who like might be wondering what I'm saying, Danny Draws is in the chat, and Danny uploads content to their YouTube in which they talk about well, all sorts of stuff, but they share like their D&D OCs, basically. I think OCs is the right lingo to use. And they share like the art they've made of them. It's very cool. This line is the most stubborn line I've ever seen. Love world building and things. Yeah, exactly. World building. It's crazy. We out here with whole worlds in our brains. That's the thing. If we're living in a simulation, how can I simulate an entire world in my brain? And that seems a little crazy, doesn't it? We can't be living in a simulation if we're out here simulating additional worlds. Okay, the reality is that my palette has just become too watered down. So I'm going to squeeze out some fresh white and just cover up this line once and for all so I can move on. Diagonal lines. Am I though? I think I'll just cover this. Yeah. Alright, I'll let that dry. I think I'm gonna clean up my text a little. Nominated for Artist Best World over on World Anvil. Oh, whoa. That's really cool. I've never used World Anvil. I've like heard it brought up a decent amount in like D&D and okay. I need to like slightly adjust my position. I noticed my hand was really shaky here. Okay. Yeah, I've seen World Anvil like mentioned a lot, but I've never actually went to the site. People are just sharing their kind of like their worlds in there, their settings as you would. Truman. Yeah, we're getting metaphysical as I pick off a small amount of acrylic paint off of a card while I'm still wearing my pajamas. I woke up, took my dog out, ate a banana, fiddled with my audio settings, still in my pajamas, and just got to painting this card. Now we're talking about relativity. Novel writers. I guess because so NaNoWriMo used to be a big thing, so that's National Novel Writing Month, I believe, is what it stood for. But I think there was like some big controversy or something with within the organization, and they ended up like shutting down. So I wonder if like where all these people, this community of writers who are sharing with each other, you know, they kind of got like scattered to the wind. So I wonder if, you know, they've found kind of a community on places like World Anvil now. Yeah, Nano is no longer. So yeah, it's curious like where all these like writers ended up. It's funny, I feel like we're in a kind of like weird spot where it can be tricky to find your community now. Novel Ember, so that's in November as well, I presume. Novel Ember? Or is that... No way they made it December, right? People are too busy in December to write a novel. I always thought like I would write like a fantasy book when I was a kid. I pretty much like consistently just consumed fantasy stuff. So I thought that would be in the cards for me. And who knows? I feel like something like that would really consume me. I have a lot of difficulty with time management. And I think if I was like writing, I would need to have like X amount of hours at the same time blocked off every day to even focus. I find it really impressive when people who are into like writing or painting or sketching or art or whatever, where they're just like so absorbed in their craft they can do it anywhere at any time, right? The people who do like sketches on the bus or the train, people who can write on like a short commute. Very impressive stuff. I feel like I always need to like set out like the perfect amount of time and setting and all this before I can even focus on trying to be creative. But I think that's what like helps you achieve mastery, is like always having that at the front of your mind. I think that's kind of like what separates someone like me, who's like more of a hobbyist, with someone who is like dedicated to their craft. Fully dedicated. Man, usually I like to be a lot closer when I am toothpicking out text, but because of all the cameras and stuff, I have to be a little bit further back. But that isn't like the final layer, of course, so I just like to do that once in a while so it doesn't become too hard to pick all off. Alright, Danny, sounds good. Focus up. And you don't have to keep the stream open. It's just numbers. I'm not attaching my ego to it. But if you'd like and have the visuals, that makes sense too. So, have a good one. Alright. I think we have almost banished this line. Banished. You are banished from the kingdom. Lovely. And with that, I think I'm more or less... I can whiten this up a bit. Once I get this transition a little bit cleaner, then I will feel comfortable painting in these lines, this cloud, this ribbon. And since I'll be kind of like working with the same color, I'd like to try to break my streak of mixing too little of the color by mixing an adequate amount and doing it all at once. So that is the goal I'm setting for myself here. Got a lovely little bit of sky here. And I guess I don't need to fade to, well, I don't know. I don't need to fade to white, but it has to get like pretty light here. Okay. There we go. That's looking better. So I'm painting into the card, but since I have like no base layer there, the paint doesn't want to stick so well. So I have to let it go on just like a little bit thicker than I'd usually paint, so that it actually sticks onto that card. Okay, wonderful. Come back in on this side. This is one of those like common cards that are a crazy workhorse in certain formats. Is especially good in 60 card Pauper. They've got a deck, it's called Terrors. TCG Maxing MTG says hello. Well, hello there, my friend. How are you doing today? I was just talking about how this is one of those cards that's really good in Pauper. I'm not sure if the Terrors deck, so this is Tolarian Terror. It costs one less for each instant or sorcery card in your graveyard. So you play this, you have the potential to mill one or two more sorceries, right? So you paid 1 blue and you reduced a 5/5 creature down to 2 mana, right? And I think it also has Ward 2 Tolarian Terror. So this is a card that goes really well in that strategy. I think the playlist just like recycled on itself, and although it's randomized, since it restarted, I think it just started with the song it finished with. But I don't know. I could be wrong. But there's lots of common rarity cards that put in like a crazy amount of work, and they have like beautiful art, and they're just like iconic in their own way. I really like working on those cards. It's like when I get a commission, usually people are always like commissioning a commander, a legendary. So whenever I'm doing a card just for fun, I typically resort to doing just a random common card. And I'm more focused on something that I think I can do justice to rather than the most epic or the most appreciated card. But this one's a little scary. This one's a kind of ambitious little card. Parts of it are simple, right? Parts of it are not overly difficult to achieve, but will be time consuming. I think I'm just going to paint decently deeply into this bit here. Yeah, you're going to head out? Alright, sounds good, Studio K. I plan on streaming for the next little while, so I don't know if I'll be able to tune into your stream today, but yeah, if you post it in the Discord more often, I guess I'll just find you on Twitch, and then that way I'll have like alerts. Anyways, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by and really sharing your expertise with a lot of people who are in here asking questions. You're a very valuable resource and just an awesome altarist in the community. So have a good one and enjoy your stream. Cheers. And I can't wait to see it finished either. It's gonna be a while. It might not be done in this, well, it's not going to be done this stream, I can tell you that much. But I will probably get it done today or tomorrow. We'll see. But I have looked at the time, and I do think it's time that I walk my pooch around the block a little bit. So I think I'm just going to leave the stream running, mute the audio in case there's some sort of crazy audio going on, I don't know. And yeah, I'm just going to walk my dog real quickly around the block. So I'm going to write a note. Should always leave a note. I'm just going to write it right on the background here, actually. Let's see what I have to write this with. I could do this Micron pen, but that's going to be pretty small. I don't want to do a Sharpie because then I can't cross it off very easily. Let's see. This should show up on the vertical stream. Taking dog out for short walk. Can you see this? I think you can, yeah. Be right back. I'm gonna say about 5 to 10 minutes. And then we'll take our dog out on a longer walk when my girlfriend gets home, because It is the day in which bubble tea is buy one get one locally, so this is giving Dr. Seuss actually. But anyway. Alright, I'll be right back. Y'all behave yourselves. I'll get the lid on my paints here, even though there's not much going on in that palette. I think I'm gonna just take the whole thing off and fix it up anyways once I'm back. So, alright, cheers. All right, I am back. And like I said, I'm just going to fix my wet palette here. I'm just going to get rid of this paper and get one that's a lot nicer onto this. I need to hit it up with a little bit of water. Glug, 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 glug. There. I went for maybe a little bit longer of a walk around the block than I initially intended. I'm just going to cross this out. My low-tech way of doing things. I went for a little bit longer of a walk. I just called my parents quickly on the phone. They were wondering if I would be available to meet up and hang out today. But I told them what I was up to. And we have kind of scheduled for a different time, at least tentatively. Okay, I'm just cutting some parchment paper, a fresh sheet here. Lovely. This wet palette is just a pencil case from the dollar store with some sponges covered in a little piece of cotton that was an old t-shirt actually. So that's what my wet palette is made out of. I have a more professional one that my lovely cutie pie girlfriend got me, but that is currently full of paint from another project, so it's a little inaccessible at the moment. So I'm really going to try to do a good tuck in on this parchment paper so that I get a much better seal on my... Oh my goodness. Yeah, I need to cut down these sponges because they're just like a little... They fit too perfectly that it's hard to get the paper in here. Christopher Vessel. Just got off school, gonna watch you till you finish your homework. By the way, it looks great. Oh, thank you. Caught me at a decent time. I was just out walking my dog very shortly on a little break. And I just got back and I'm getting some more parchment paper on my wet palette, but it is fighting me every step of the way here. And typically it works best if you pre-soak your parchment paper in like some hot water, but I did not do that. So I'm just gonna put some water on top and that'll help loosen it up a little bit. And I'll rub that off here in a second. But anyway, welcome Chrissy. Okay, let's flip it around. Wicked Witch. That's a pretty dated joke at this point. Oh my goodness. This is the struggle right here. Struggle bus. Oh my god. Okay. I'm beside myself what to do at this point. Because the water is going to make this paper shrink. It's not tucked in really well. Alright, I'm going to pull the whole thing up here. So So here's my sponge shirt concoction. Okay. And I'm just going to tuck it right into the bottom. Sorry, this is like amateur hour. I think I'll get rid of one of these. Let's see here. Alright, this is becoming an arts and crafts stream. My apologies. But this wet palette thing is going to drive me up the wall if I don't fix it right now. So I'm literally just cutting this sponge down because they're too wide and they're making it so it's almost impossible to tuck in my parchment paper here. So it's going to drive me crazy if I don't fix this. Non-needed. What's non-needed? There we go. There we go. Now, what am I going to do with these little sponge fragments? Alright, so I just made some space on the side so I can actually tuck my cloth on top. Well, sheesh, we're getting there. Okay, let's get rid of these bits. Put them over there. Now, since there's space, I can actually tuck this in really nicely. Lovely. Okay. Just lift this up to make it nice and taut vertically like that. Also looking good. Thanks, Dawn to Dusk Gems. There's a little bit of a pause in the action as I reset my wet palette, and I had to cut up some sponges because they were too big. They're too big to fit nicely on that. All right. Give it a little drink. Glug, 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 glug. I think I can still use this. Now I can actually tuck this bad boy in here. Because there's space now. Lovely, lovely. That's working a lot better. Okay. This is some behind the scenes action right now. It's not exciting behind the scenes action, I must admit. But it is behind the scenes action. Alright. So now we just need to get our wrinkles out. Get our little air pockets out here. And we can restart. See, this is important because my palette was not making good contact with the sponges underneath, so it wasn't operating as one would hope. There we go. Also, these sponges are a little mid. I use a Stay Wet. I have a Stay Wet too. It's in the fridge with paint from another project on it. Another altar I'm working on with a client. I'm waiting some feedback from them And I don't want to lose all my colors, so I do have a stawat that my girlfriend got me. This one does like actually fit in the camera a little bit better, but you know. Okay, I'm ready to start painting. I think I'm just gonna put this over here. That text is kind of bugging me a little bit. Okay. Where I left off, this line was still bugging me. But I think I wanted to take a break from that and do these clouds here. So I think I'm going to do that. The clouds look like slightly bluish purple. So I'm going to go in with, not this one. I'm going to go in with my Prussian blue, which is kind of like my preferred blue. Do-a-doo-ba-deep-deep-deep-a-doo-ba-doo. And then just a tiny bit of, where's my crimson? My crimson. Alizarin crimson hue. Just the tiniest amount of this ought to do. Just like that. Do you make altars as well, Dawn to Dusk? Are you someone from the Discord I'm familiar with, just using a different username? First, should I buy a $25 game if I have $30? And secondly, a cool altar would be Progenitus. I do agree, Progenitus would be pretty cool. I don't believe I have a copy of Progenitus kicking around. I have like a list of like cool cards that when I put in an order, if I have to like try to reach a threshold for shipping, that I will add in. So I can put that in the list. Progenitus. Okay. I have a habit of like putting the brush in my mouth while I grab the paint tube, but I guess that's not a good idea when you're streaming and you're supposed to be chatting it up. As far as purchasing the game, it depends on the game maybe. I mean, if like $25 is all you have to your name, and you need to like purchase food, maybe food might be a higher priority. But I don't know what your story is, so it's hard to say. Otherwise, I would say depends on the game. What's the game? I'm slowly just trying to kind of like build up to what I see as the base layer of these clouds, which should be like a very slightly purpley blue. And then I think I'm going to have to add a little bit of black to bring the tone down a little bit. And this is going to be tricky because these are like kind of transparent. And I've pretty much got like the background sorted, so if I can manage to paint in a transparent way, this could look really cool. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure All-Star Battle R. Does R stand for Royale? Do you know that in the EU, they call it a Royale with cheese? Because of the metric system. Alrighty. Oh, it's really close. But I don't want to put it on the card because I have to... I'm going to put it on like part of the card I can take it off easily. So it's 2 blue. It's 2 blue, but it's going to look different on top of the yellow. So I'm going to paint on this bit of yellow to see how much having yellow under it affects it. Okay, I'm going to add a little bit of red, see where that takes us. You can see that yellow shining through, but if I add yellow, of course it's just going to turn green on us. So that's going to have to more do with how transparent I paint it, rather than the actual color I find. I'm just putting it on like this so I can compare it like directly with the clouds. And since there's no paint there, I can just soak it up really quick. Remaster. You know, I haven't indulged in the JoJo's myself, although seems they're like really good memes. Seems like a good time. Seems like a fun fandom. Okay. This isn't looking so bad. How about down here? This looks really good for the highlights in specific. Okay, I think I'll go in. I'll try to get the dark part of the clouds with this, and see what happens. This could be a misadventure. We'll see here. No, it's really watered down, so I'll have to like build up a few layers. We're experimenting right now. Okay. I think maybe it's just got like slightly too much color, but the purple should contrast with the yellow, just making it look perhaps a bit more vibrant than I intend. Just gonna push a little bit of it over here and then reduce the saturation of color with a little bit of black and white. Let's see that. Okay, let's try it on this side here. Okay, this side looks a little bit more blue than the other side. And then where else? We got some shadow lines going in here. Join up with that, and just a little up here as well. And then there's some clouds up in here just peeking through, and that will help this kind of seem more unified as well. And whose idea was it to do a thought scour? I was choosing between the Genesis wave and the thought scour. I let kind of like people vote in this Discord I'm a part of, and I also made the YouTube post about it. So it was between those, and I will say I did roll a d20 for evens or odds between the Lord of the Rings Genesis wave and this thought scour. And thought scour was evens, and I rolled an 18, so that is how we landed on thought scour. I did have like a selection of like about 15 cards I was considering. For some reason I thought that like maybe the 4th edition Craw Worm would win out, and that would have been quite a journey. But that was not the case. I'm going to just reduce the saturation a little bit more. These kind of like shafts of cloud don't really seem to be very colorized. Shafts of darkness, shafts of lack of light. Oh boy, I'm nervous. Okay, Not bad besides that funny bit there. Let's see if we can fix that. Let's get the pokey one. I'm just wetting the tip, and I'm just going to try to basically erase. Look at that. Magic eraser. Wonderful. I'm going to get just a little bit more water on the brush so this next stroke is not so dense. This one should be really light. So I'm trying to get a little paint off the brush here. Yeah. And this one should be very, very light. Like almost non-existent. There we go. That's looking good. Makes me want to erase this a little bit more though. I hope it's still wet enough to do so. Yeah. And we can actually just kind of like blend it really gently with this, as long as I don't activate my background too much. Which is happening, unfortunately. Let's kind of fix that up. Hold. Hold. It's a little crooked too. The paint has a mind of its own at the moment. Hold, hold. Let's see if I can just... If I can erase this little bit at the end, it'll look a lot straighter. Also, the angle I'm viewing it at was a little crooked. Okay. That is what it is. I'm going to call that is what it is at this point. Alright, let's get this ribbon in here. Let's give it a little bit more personality. Make it drape down here a little. This is going to be a couple layers. Oh. Let's keep it thin, keep it thin. Don't pool. And I'm using really watered down paint right now because I want to get this like really translucent effect of this piece of fabric here. And then part of it, you just gotta like, you're just like nudging it until it looks right. And I think that's about it. Crazy sometimes when things work out like that. Yes, indeed. Now the ribbon on the other side is less purple. It's just more blue here. Is it this blue? Nope, that's still too purple. Dang, this is gonna need some work. And that too. Dang, dang, dang. Oh well. I would have been shocked if I got it in one. Okay, it's still a little too purple. Let's get a little white in there, just a little bit. Okay. Just a little bit purple. I'm just gonna, once again, paint it on the card to see. It's actually pretty good. Okay. Alright, let's go for it. Fortune favors the bold. So, as far as the shape, I think it should be curving down. Because this kind of is like a really blank space here. So I want to make this space a little bit more interesting. And I think I will give it one of these. So if you do the outline, typically it'll start drying a little bit, and then the rest of your paint will like stay in that outline, even if it's really watery. So I give it the outline, just a couple seconds it on there. It's on there, it'll start to dry a little bit. And this is too dark, but it's probably going to dry really spotty like this as well. So let's see how it dries, and let's go back to this side as well. It's Put that in there really loosely. This did not work out. That's kind of a little embarrassing right there, but we can fix it. We can fix it. Call me Bob the Builder. The way I be fixing it. Okay. There we have some kind of like beams of light, beams of shadow going on. And I think this might be ill-advised, but I think I'm going to try just slightly lighten this up with a little whitewash here. And that indeed looks fairly ill-advised. That does not look nice. We have taken away everything except that outline, unfortunately. That's alright, we're in the fiddling phase now. Let's go back up and fiddle with our cloud a little bit. This is the phase where I just start doing stuff, hoping to see results. When I find something that works, I just do that more. And I experiment until I find something that works. It was like very hopeful that I could just kind of like wash some colors in here and they do exactly what I want, right? It was a very hopeful thought that I did not expect to work out as perfectly as it might be. Although this side, this little ribbon, this turned out pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. That's nice. Oh boy. I like painting clouds. I do. When they're this like wispy, that's where the trickiness comes in. I think maybe I get like this layer of pink and then I just go and dry brush those like yellow highlights back on might be the answer here. And then I darken in with a bit thicker of paint. But yeah, I'm basically watercoloring. It's kind of like ill-advised, but I like to do it anyway. If you're someone who likes a lot of control and a lot of precision, I could see how painting like this would not be your jam. But that's why I put up the cards I put up. There is some precision in these like straight lines, but ultimately I chose a card that I thought I could just kind of like vibe with for a stream. There are some cards I certainly wouldn't want to paint on stream. And then there are cards which I think make better subjects for painting in this environment. But this Thought Scour is definitely going to have its own challenges here. I just want to beef up this cloud a little bit. Not too much, just a little bit. And I think I'm just gonna like dab in this watercoloring style to like put in some shapes of clouds, and then I'll go back and I'll put in my highlights and I'll put in my shades to make them like actually kind of pop out a bit. And then I've got this bit of cloud kind of loosely coming in over here. What's your thoughts on Canada? Pretty chill. That's where I live. I was born on pretty far on the east coast, basically where the bridge to PEI is. So that's like our island province in Canada. So it's very far on the east coast. I was born there, and now I live in the west. I've always had a good time in Canada. I think worldwide we are at like a really turbulent time, so I won't say living in Canada helps us escape that. I think, what basically happened is during 2020 we had, COVID, and that sparked in like pretty much whatever party was in government across the world, rather if it's left, right, liberal, conservative, whatever you say. Basically almost every party that was in charge during COVID got voted out across the whole world, right? This isn't just North America, just Canada, basically globally. So it just sparked this kind of like era of contention, and a lot of people were unhappy during that time. So I think Canada has less extreme cases of that, but however, there is like some extreme political beliefs kind of like building in Canada, unfortunately. And I don't think it's just that. I think, the way the internet has been harnessed by tech giants has also thrived on stuff such as rage bait and pitting people against each other rather than bringing people together as like a cheap way to drive the attention economy. That I think a lot of the world is in contentious times. But other than like politically, I'm mostly aligned with everything going on in Canada. I do think we kind of have a bit of that North American kind of like me first attitude, whereas I would prefer, a slightly more communal culture, right? So there is a little bit of that, American exceptionalism in Canada as well, that I don't really vibe with. I try to have a pretty low amount of ego personally, and I find interacting with like big egos is very tiring for me. So I'm not so much a fan of individualistic culture. I like a more social community-based culture. Dawson, I don't have any natural hair brushes. They're a little out of my price range at the moment, so all my brushes are synthetic. I typically use, what is this? It's white Taclon, so that's a type of synthetic, and the brushes are rather disposable, so they don't last a long time, but while they do last, they maintain a pretty good point. So it's like maybe a brush only lasts me like 2 to 3 weeks, but I replace it and it costs like $3.50 Canadian to replace. So the only thing is it's like more trips to the paint shop, which is a little bit extra, but yeah, I generally prefer just using a really cheap brush and then just getting a new one when it is at the end of its life, rather than trying to maintain a really expensive brush. And sometimes you just get dud brushes regardless of the price. So I think honestly the best brush in my opinion is one that you can look at before you buy it. I wouldn't care to buy brushes off the internet. No, I'm Canadian. What's my regular commission rate? I start at $60 usually. $60 US. I've been like slowly raising it as I like get better at painting, but I feel like the work I do is roughly worth about $60 US at the moment. For extensions, for full arts, I need to charge a bit more. Honestly, I don't think I do like a really fantastic job on full arts. I'm just being honest with you. But it just comes down to the fact that they take so long to do. But my specialty definitely isn't like original art. I'm doing alters for like a reason, because it's helping me be creative despite like not having a great eye for perspective yet. I'm still developing that, and all the really like artsy things, composition. I don't have a great eye for those honestly yet. I'm still working on that. So extensions are good for me. Full arts, since there's a lot more original art going on, you know, I am extending the art, but you know, sometimes you have to add like a whole other person or a leg, or you have to have a good grasp of anatomy, things like that. They're a bit more difficult for me. So yeah, anyways, long story short, I'm charging 60 USD right now. But in the near future, I'll probably have to increase it. And I have been thinking about just doing less commissions and just painting whatever cards I want to paint and then putting them up on like an Etsy or creating my own website. And I find it really rewarding to like help people make cards that they want to do, but I just find it a bit of a struggle to. The struggle is like I want to do the best work I can for my clients, and then there's just some cards where I have to be upfront and say like, I don't think I can do justice on this card, and I want you to have an amazing card that you're gonna really treasure, right? So I've been like trying to loosen up my grip on my ego and just realize like, if someone's asking for something that's difficult for me, not difficult like it'll be hard for me, but like I don't know if I can achieve it at all, then I should just help pass it to another altarist, because I know a few of them in Discord with some other altarist, and I should focus on stuff that I know I can deliver like a really high quality product to someone. I don't know, I'm just rambling. I'm in Ontario, folk, but what's your opinion on Ontario? What's my opinion on Ontario? I haven't spent a lot of time in Ontario. I visited a couple times. I don't have really a strong opinion on Ontario. I will say, like, I feel like most Canadian cities are kind of just the same. The only like really different vibe I get from like cities are like ones on the extreme, right? I think your average kind of like generic city is kind of similar in Canada. So for example, on the extreme, like going to Vancouver has a very different vibe. And then going somewhere like Fort McMurray, which is like technically a city due to population, but is more like an oil town, has a much different vibe as well, right? So I think your average Canadian city feels pretty much the same, city to city, but the more like extreme cities are different. I feel like that's like a little bit different than the States too, at least in media. Like people from different cities seem to have a real passion about their city. But yeah, I'm in Edmonton, so I'm in Alberta, I'm in the west. And yeah, I don't know. We get a lot of flack in Alberta. We've got some quite controversial political figures over here. Seems like whenever there's a disturbance in the force of Canada, it's like something's brewing in Alberta. if I want to like rage bait, I'd say the one thing I don't like about Ontario is that there's like cicadas. I don't really care for the noise they make. So yeah, if I was going to try like interject some beef into this calm painting stream, I would say that Ontario is infested with cicadas, and it's terrible. But yeah, I really like. It's funny in Alberta, we have like the little red cute squirrels, right? But in both Ontario and when I was in like Vancouver, as I saw a lot of those like huge, like black squirrels, really dark colored fur. And it looks like they mess you up if you got between them and a nut. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you have squirrels that look scary, like they beat me up, and you've got cicadas that are too loud. Alright, I'm just gonna paint in like a lighter color here. I was hoping I could just like do a wash and immediately the paint just goes to where it is. And you can see the yellows through the wash, but yeah, it looks like I'm going to have to do it the hard way here. And paint the little highlights and everything myself. I grew up in like a small town Alberta too. So like very like a quaint kind of rural upbringing. My family like didn't even live within like city limits for most of my childhood. So I feel like I had like a weird childhood in that way. Whereas I don't really like associate myself as like a Canadian first or an Albertan first, or I'm just like a person first. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I'm fascinated with the world and political stuff, and unfortunately it's a very sad time to be interested in politics because we're in a very divisive time where there's no very little focus on policy, very little focus on policy, more focus on identity. Anyway, I won't get into it. But yeah, if we could switch to being focused on policy and improving the lives of everyone, that would be cool. That would make me quite happy. Man, there's a lot going on in this card. I was like, yeah, maybe I finish it in one sitting. No chance, my friends. No chance. One, I paint pretty slow, and two, there is a lot going on in this card. And I mean, I like it because of that. It looks very gorgeous. But it will also be very difficult to make all this stuff happen here. Let's get a little bit of a more firm edge so we're not bleeding off. And let's see what I can do here. Cicadas. I don't know why, but like I never heard like cicadas growing up. I didn't really know it was like a thing. And then my first exposure to cicadas was like watching like anime. I'm like, what the hell are those things? Why is there always this like noise? Is it just a Japan thing? So yeah, my first thing was I didn't know they existed, and then I thought they're just a Japan thing, and then when I realized that we have them in Canada, I was like, whoa, this is weird. I will say that in Edmonton, the most annoying thing, like putting all identity and politics aside, is just our it's not the weather. The weather is good, but it's the fact that it's so dry and dusty. I live like off of a decently like trafficked road, and like dust builds up very fast in my home. To the point where I like don't even feel like cleaning it because it's just going to be like back the next day. Which is probably not a good mindset if you want to maintain a nice clean home. And then the dryness. I don't mind in the winter too much, but a lot of people, it's like too dry for them. Alrighty, things are starting to look a little bit better as we go. A little bit here, a little bit there. I need this transition between my paint and the original to be a lot softer, so I'm going to try to just reactivate my paint and then pull it into the original art. And I need this like line to not be a thing here. So I'm just kind of like rubbing it with a wet brush, hoping to reactivate the paint. And then when it is reactivated, spread it back into the original art. But it is being quite stubborn here. Wow. Okay, that like line has diminished a bit. I'm gonna go in and just see if I can pull that off. Yeah, just like that. Okay. Now, see if I can just put a little bit of color there. And it makes sense if it gets like a little bit more saturated as it gets closer to, you know, our viewing point, but it is a little much right now, especially the amount of saturation along the edge. Definitely, if like you know how paint works, you can see that that is not something done on purpose. That is just lack of expertise with getting the paint to function how you'd like. So I'm just trying to soften these lines, these edges. When I travel, I don't really care to be like amongst other tourists. You know, I would prefer to kind of be off and doing my own thing, even if I don't like see the best sights and I don't go to the most hyped places. I just like to kind of like experience a place in like accordance with the place. And that's to say, like, I want to feel like the vibe of the actual place rather than the vibe of like the landmark. It's hard to explain. Yeah, unfortunately, this is not going to be finished on this stream. I've still got like a few hours in me, of course, but just looking at the scope of this card, it's a lot going on. I am having trouble just deciding what part of it to work on at any given time. there's tons of like little things where it looks like I've finished an area, but I very much want to fix a lot of parts that I have not got to where I want them to be yet. Alright, I think I'm going to just keep hammering on these clouds a little bit until I'm happy with them. Because once those are done, I can feel more comfortable putting the stuff that's going to go in front of them. So I have a little bit of cloud up here, a little bit in here. I think this part of the card, it's got enough going on with all this ribbons and fabric that I'm not going to put a card over here. Did I say card? I'm not going to put a cloud over there. So this part I'm going to just gonna lighten up a little bit. My base layer, my base color that is, needs to be a lot lighter than it currently is over there. Oops, I just added a ton of water to my palette. Let's try that out. It's cool to have like other Canadians in the chat. It's also cool to have like people from around the world. Had some Germany, we had some UK, we had some Ireland. A little bit from everywhere, it seems. It's pretty cool. It's a big world out there. It's crazy that you can post some stuff to the internet and all of a sudden people from around the world are conversing in the same chat. Absolutely craziness. So the really light parts of the cloud are this yellow, and even this purple I'm making now, these are like this is closer to the shadows of the clouds than the highlights. Boom, 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 boom. It's too white. It needs a little blue. That was a lot of blue, frankly. You're from Ontario to rep our cicadas. Is that the sports team? The Ontario Cicadas? The Ontario Cicadas? The Toronto Cicadas? Frickin' nasty bugs. This is why I can't leave Canada. The rest of the world's got crazy spiders that I don't mess with. I give Australians a lot of flack, but I will say I wouldn't want to mess with their spiders. Okay, back again, making more cream color. Let's just start throwing this in the clouds, see how this looks. Needs to be a little bit orangish. I'm just gonna grab some of this crimson. Hopefully that works. Alright, how's this look? Alright, here's how the magic happens. Hold for magic. Wait a minute. This is looking a little bit too pinkish. Is that gonna work? Wait a minute. It looks pretty good actually. So we're kind of giving these clouds some shape here. start to like really like the look of like a bunch of like stacked horizontal lines, as I think it like gives it some decent depth to how the eye interacts with it. Oh yeah, mama. Oh mama. I don't know what it is, but as soon as things start looking good, I feel like going full Johnny Bravo. It's crazy how I'm like painting pink in here, but it looks yellow. I guess now it's starting to look a little pink. I don't want to put any water on my palette, but my brush is starting to get pretty dry. Alright. Mixing a little bit of yellow back in. Oh, yeah. There's this one, this is going to sound like absolute like crazy talk, but there's this one Instagram there's this one Instagram account I get recommended all the time. Sorry. It's called Strong Man for Jesus. Strong Man for Jesus. And I can't tell if the guy is being serious or if it's a bit, but he's basically doing stuff that's like not really impressive. Like it's like on purpose, I think, like not impressive. Like he'll chop a block of wood and then he's like, "That's what I want to do to the devil." Yeah. Oh, it's one of my favorite accounts. Strong Man for Jesus. Check it out. I can't tell if the dude is serious or not. But God, it cracks me up. Or he'll like he'll take like the lid of like a 2-liter pop or soda bottle and he'll like put it on top of the soda bottle, not like screwed on, just like on top, upside down or something. And then he'll like throw a rock at it and then hit it and he's like, "With God, anything is possible." Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I think it's like a big troll, but yeah, God, it makes me laugh. Because the thing is, like, if he's serious, he's not hurting anyone. And if he's like, quote unquote, rage baiting or just like faking it, it's also really not hurting anyone. It's not like he's like a prank YouTuber or something walking around. It's just a prank, bro. He's just like splitting a log of wood at home and going, "Oh yeah, that's what I want to do to the devil. Oh yeah." Anyways, enough of that tangent. I don't know who that content was for, but presumably it was for someone. Sheesh, this cloud's starting to look aight. Starting to look aight. It's just hard to... It's like if you don't see the difference between the old cloud and the new cloud, it looks really good. But then once you notice the difference, you're like, I think it just needs like a bit stronger of a cream highlights in here. I think I got the subtle like red very well, but there are parts where it's like at the most brightest, it's got that cream, that creme. So let's put in some of that, the creme de la creme. Go bring that into the original too. I think that made it look worse, frankly. Alright, let dry. If it dries, it might look a little better. I feel like we need another beam. If we're adding this much cloud, I think we need another beam. Which is great because this beam doesn't have to continue another previous beam. So no matter how it looks, it should be alright. Look at that. Boom. Now if that dried just the way it looks now, we'd be laughing. But it's going to dry really funny. So don't hold your breath for that one. It's going to dry really funny. We'll fix it. Okay. Let me get a little bit closer and see what's going on. Why are my colors a little funky here? I need more of that slightly orangish undertone. Breaking that up. I guess it's going to be an overtone if I'm painting it on top. Okay, where was I? Let's fix that up a little bit. In here. That's still wet, so I actually don't want to do that at the moment. That would probably be a nightmare. Let's add in some brighter highlights over here at the very top of the clouds. Okay, what am I looking at right here? This is the original card. Did I accidentally put this here? What is this? Okay, no. So this is the cloud. This is kind of twisting. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So the original cloud. And then I think I can get rid of just a little bit of this. Now. There. This needs to dry. I want to do some work over here. Like I said, that dried funny. It was looking really good, but I knew it was going to dry like that. So, since I kind of was... Oh no. I'm doing a terrible job? Just give it time. It's just one of those like skin in the game things. Don't attribute it to like your skill. Just attribute it to how stubborn you are. That's my trick. Just tell yourself like you will get that color regardless. One thing you can do is you can pull the card. Just pull like a digital version of the card into like Photoshop or GIMP, or even I was using Pixlr because it was all in browser, but I think they just updated and I can't find where the heck the eyedrop tool is. But anyways, use the eyedrop tool and then that will help you kind of like see what is going on color wise. So that's a little hack to make your life a little bit easier. And otherwise, it's just about being stubborn. When you're learning, things take a while. And it's like if you lose your patience and you're like, oh, good enough, then that's when you're going to like not see the results you're looking for. If you just maintain stubbornness can help you make up for your lack of ability. That's what I attribute to my success. Just being very stubborn. Do dee dee dee. Do dee dee dee. Do dee dee dee. Man, this little bit of the beam looks like complete doggy doo-doo. Anyway. This is dried up, so this kind of orangey bit I was mixing, I can put this in here, and it's this little line that's making the whole thing feel disjointed. So I just want to put my little orangey bit over this line and get that out of there. Fortunately, I didn't mix very much of this at all, so there we go. Just blend that in. Needs a little red, it's too yellow. But yeah, also, you know, there's certain things that you just need to learn about your paints as well. So doing a little bit of Googling will help you color match as well. Like for example, if you're painting purples, they can be very difficult. If you have like a, I don't know exactly which it is, but if you have like a cool red and a warm blue, they will make a good purple. But if you have a cool blue and a cool red, then they won't make a good purple. Or if you have a warm red and a warm blue, it's kind of got to be like opposites. Yeah, well, if you do digital things, then you're very familiar with using like the color picking tool. So utilize the tools that you know to help you branch into this new medium, right? So use that color picking tool on, you know, just a card that you've pulled in from Scryfall of whatever you're working on. Do a little color picking, and then that will help you see, you know, where you're going. But yeah, my biggest thing is like when I was learning, I'd be so impressed with like people who posted their work and like the MTG Altered subreddit and stuff. I'd ask questions like, how long did this take, right? And I found that a lot of time when it was something that blew me away and I asked how long it'd take, I get a reply like, you know, like 20 hours, 30 hours, right? So a lot of it, especially when you're learning, comes down to how much like time you're willing to put in. And I feel like for me, I don't know what I'm doing a lot of time. I'm just trying stuff till it starts looking good to my eyeball. But then, you know, as you have tried enough stuff, it kind of becomes second nature. But as a new person, you just have to give yourself room to try that stuff. You have to kind of divorce your mind from the thought that it's going to look good right away. Because that's the pitfall of like, not just painting, but a lot of hobbies is people, in our internet age, people see, you know, the 1% of like super talented people posting, you know, their stuff online. And you think like, hey, I want to be there too. And then, of course, the first time you pick up a brush or, you know, play basketball, whatever it is, you're not in that first 1%. And then you get discouraged, right? So you have to give yourself the grace and the room to, you know, not be in that 1%. And I feel like that's what I try to do with like the whole channel. The binder tours I upload is, you know, I critique my own alters and I say, you know, if I was to do this again, I might do this part a little bit differently. I was happy with this part. I learned this. And I don't try to present myself as like the number one knower, because I'm not the number one alterist. I'm not the most educated, the most practiced, but I am on a journey. And I can share that. I'm a very big mill player. I've been trying to alter a fractured sanity digitally. I like how it turned out, so I decided to drop a bunch of cash on paints and physical supplies. Let me pull up that card. Fractured Sanity. I think I know what it looks like, but I want to double check. Who did this art? Drew Tucker? Yeah. That's a gorgeous card. I'll say you have a few things going for you that are actually really good. So blues, and there's a lot of blues in this card. Blues are really heavily pigmented. So you should be able to get those colors without too much struggle. And there's a lot of whites. Switch mediums, yeah, it's hard. It is hard. So I would like the shape of that swoop. I would like white all of, really like do a bunch of layers of white on your edges to get those swoops locked in. And then the blues shouldn't be too bad. You might need like a magenta for that little splash of that really deep red in there. And then the fact that it's like a really like painterly acrylic painted art, that really helps too. If it was a really digital card, it can be hard to like match digital cards, I find. But the fact that that card is very painterly in look helps you be like a little bit more loose with it. That's the thing with digital that maybe you're struggling with, is digital you can control every little aspect of it. And with the paint, sometimes you have to let the paint do what it wants to do, right? I don't know if that's tripping you up at all, but for me, I really like when the card, like when I'm doing a cloud and you more or less have to have the right colors just in there, and then it just has to make sense, like what's a shadow and what's a highlight. Whereas like perfectly matching something is a lot more difficult. So I'm just going to add in some highlights into these clouds on the top here. Yeah, when your paint's dry, your colors will look a bit different. That's true. I mean, that's part of why I'm saying is like, for me, I don't like attach a lot of like thought that I'm going to get something right the first try. And I'm like, oh, I'm just going to keep mixing and applying paint until it matches, right? That's also why I paint so like really thinly, but I paint on too many layers because, you know, all my advice comes with the caveat that I'm no master and I lack a lot of experience. So I do a lot of things that I presume are kind of like new people crutches, but they work to some degree, right? So just going and repainting it like 10 times until it finally looks good. It's kind of a crutch, but I mean, if the end goal is that it looks good, you end up getting there. This is kind of a struggle because the highlights I'm putting on this cloud look kind of just like the color of the sky here. Anyway, I think I'm going to work on these ribbons a bit. I've kind of been dodging around them for a long time with no real reason. So I'm going to hit the ribbons up. I'm going to go start with the darker ones and then work my way to the lighter ones. It's because the dark ones, they have to be a little less precise. And the small detail of these clouds and stuff has been driving me a little nutty. The quarters? Oh, this thing? Typically, one of them's a penny, but typically I just put them on like the edge of my paper to keep it kind of down. But I cut down my sponges a bit on my wet palette so that I could tuck the paper in a bit better. So now it's kind of staying down on its own a lot more. But I just didn't move them. Yeah, I went and walked my dog and then I had like a whole 10 minutes where I was just fixing my wet palette because it was quite unwieldy. Okay. These blues are a bit tricky at the moment. I'm going to just focus on getting the outlines. And then I can worry more about the absolute color of blue once that's done. I think the yellow is showing through the blue a lot and really making it a lot more green to my eyes is what's going on right now. So I think I just need to do a few decent layers of blue over top so it gets more of that opacity. But I might end up trying to mix in some other blues here. The thing about this Prussian... Am I going crazy? Okay. It was looking green on the paper too. I was like, what? The thing about the Prussian blue I was saying is it almost like it dries really reflective, I find. I have a Sta Wet palette is called, so that's STA WET palette. And that one works really well. You can like find it pretty much most art stores and stuff, or at Michael's or whatever art stores you have like local to you. So that's STA dash wet WET palette. That works well. Right now this is a pencil case with, can you see this? With sponges, and then on top of the sponges is a layer of cut up cotton shirt, and then on top of that is cheap parchment paper. It takes a little bit of searching to find a parchment paper that isn't treated with like a Teflon spray. Because if it's treated with the Teflon spray, then it won't be water soluble. So it's actually better if you try to find a really cheap parchment paper. And that's my current makeshift palette. My other one, my like proper palette, is in the fridge right now with colors from another project on it. So this is like my backup palette, more or less. Yeah, it works pretty well. I got like all of those bits and bobs from the dollar store, and it even has like well, where is it? Oh yeah, I've got it's got like a lid on it, right? So I can even close that one up, and then it keeps the paint fresh. Yeah, so like the water will like just like very gently seep into the parchment paper, so then it keeps your paints from drying out is the whole point. Because like this bit of blue has been on this palette for like 3 hours, right? But I can still like push this blue around and you know it's still wet, right? But yeah, that blue has been on the palette for probably about 3 hours at this point, and it's still workable. You know, the top of the paint will get like a skin on it, like a pudding skin almost. That might not sound so appealing, but it's just what happens. That might happen after a while, but the bottom of the paint will stay hydrated and workable. And sometimes you just kind of scrape up that top layer. Why the fridge? It's cold? No, wait. The fridge because so you've got like water in here, right? So moisture, that can like breed stuff like bacteria and germs, and the fridge is just so uh, you know, it's almost like food. It's at a lower temperature, so bacteria grow slower. And then in theory, the fridge is also like more humid than outside the fridge. I live in a really dry climate, so the fridge also just helps it be in a more humid environment than outside the fridge for where I live. But yeah, a lot of this stuff is I don't know, I could be wrong on some of it, but it's just the things I do. But it works so far. One thing I said like earlier in the stream is like I was researching how to what color was I trying to mix that was giving me trouble? Oh, I was trying to deepen my like Mars black to be a bit deeper than it currently is, and there's like a few people talking about like deepening their blacks and stuff, and one thing that someone mentioned is like, are you using painter water? I'm like, what the heck is this? But apparently there's like water that its like purpose is to be used to like mix your paints with, right? And it's like 18 bucks for 3 ounces or something, and I just think that's like, sounds like the biggest scam I've ever heard. Special water just to like water down your paints with? I don't know. Alright, so this is definitely like a little purple. So I'm just gonna like hit it with a little purple wash over top and see if that helps get there. Premium water. Yeah. I need a little shot of water. Man, this has been like quite the journey. It's a long time painting this card. There's a lot going on. And I'm not the fastest painter, that's for sure. One thing I do when I'm color matching too is like, if I'm like mixing up a color and it's not like right for what I'm trying to do, I'll look around the rest of the card and see if there's a place where what I've mixed will work, right? So that's a little thing you can do. I think I'm gonna have to try a different blue, because this blue is looking a little greeny on some of these areas. So I'm gonna go with like an ultramarine blue. It's got like a stronger like blue. It's more of a base blue than the Prussian blue. So I want to see if I can just darken it up and hopefully get more close to some of these dark ribbons, like this bit here, than what I'm doing has been yielding. Oof, that looks really nice actually. It's too dark though right now. I think I'd have to be like a lot more advanced at painting to regularly stream and do a good job at painting. Right now my mindset is I'm going to get like 80% of the way there and then finish it off stream when I can focus just a little bit better. I mean, it'd be much more rewarding as a viewer if it gets finished on stream, but I don't think I'm quite there yet. Even if I try to, like, a lot of the times if I'm listening to an audiobook or a podcast painting, it's I can't focus on the audiobook or the podcast because, I don't know, my brain is doing something while I'm painting. I may not think I'm actively thinking, but I'm always trying to trouble solve in some way or form. But yeah, these blues, they look incredibly like bright on the palette, but then they end up drying very darkly. And the problem is, not so much a problem, but there's a lot of purple undertones, and this ultramarine blue doesn't really like purple that much. It avoids it at all cost. I'd love to watch more live altar paintings. I'll watch tutorials online and see so much sped up work that I would like to watch. Yeah, so I upload a lot of like really sped up shorts, and you know, for every person who's like interested to like learn altering and like really get some detail, there's like a much larger percent of people who just want that instant dopamine, right? So I'm trying to make a little bit of everything for everyone, right? The problem with live altering is, one, I'm still getting better at it. The awesomest awesome sauce. Have you been doing this card for over 4 hours? Well, I walked my dog for 15 minutes. Come on. But yeah, I paint very slowly, and I'm still learning how to paint, so matching all these details is difficult. And then there's also the aspect that when I'm talking, I really lose track of what the heck I'm doing, frankly. So yes, it has been over 4 hours of painting this single card, but I mean, it's a hobby. When you spend a lot of time doing your hobby, that's a good thing, right? I think so. Okay. But yeah, I've had cards that take a lot longer than 4 hours as well. A lot longer. Message redacted. Retracted. Dang, I didn't even get to read it, dude. It was probably salacious. So, yeah, I'm gonna do this just for the sake of showing SMC. Do I sell them? Yeah, I do commissions. SMC was one, like, here's something with like blues and reds, is like some of them, if the tones aren't right, they're just not very compatible. But these ones are quite lovely to make a purple. But sometimes you'll mix a blue and a red, and if it's the wrong, like, warm blue, cool red, or I don't know exactly which it is, it'll just like turn out really gray. Yeah, for cards, I have like binder tours on my YouTube. Sometimes people will contact me about a card that they liked from the binder tour, and I've sold a couple that way. And then I also do commissions for people, so if they want a custom card done, I can make that happen for them. So yeah, I do sell them. And then, you know, I bring my binder to local events, and I'll do trades with other players as well. And that can be a fun kind of like little community way to get my work out there. I've been meaning to make like a website or an Etsy as well to post the cards onto. I'm always trying to avoid like giving big internet companies more money though, so I would prefer to have my own website than start an Etsy, but that also means more upfront time invested setting that up. So I just haven't committed that time yet. But yeah, I think at this point I've probably sent out like probably like 30, 32-ish cards out into the ether for people. Oh yeah, I have I think I have 4 or 5 videos. So if you look into my channel, I have shorts where I do time lapses of the altars. So if you don't want to watch me paint a card for 4 hours, you can see me do it in like 20 seconds, right? And then I also have in my long form video tab, most of those videos are binder tours. So the typical setup is I go through the binder and I talk about my experience painting it, right? So that's typically what they are, and they're more geared towards people who are interested in my journey of learning to paint. But they are, you know, I'd like to think they're interesting for just your average viewer and appreciator of Magic content as well. But SMC with the purples, yeah, I think you've got it right. You start off with one and you kind of shift towards the other. And then I find like the trickiest thing is, well, not the trickiest thing, but one big learning hurdle for me was the yellows and reds. Is the pigment is, it can be strong pigment but not very opaque, so you need like a lot of layers to build up to something. So with the yellows and reds, I really had to learn to apply my whites or some other color down to make it more of a base for those other colors to paint on. I need just a little, what do I need here? So my edges should be a little bit darker. So this is a situation where I actually want the edges to be darker. And then there we go. And then it's kind of purplish on the inside as well. Okay, that's really making that pop out there a little bit. Boop. All right, now let's get a slight purple kind of wash here and see what we can make happen. Yeah, it's crazy. You watch a Bob Ross video and he like paints a whole ass canvas in 20 minutes, and then here I am 4 hours painting this one card. If I were to do it, what would be the best thing to start with? I've been wanting to get into it for a while, but time crunches and find the right materials have been hard. So I guess there's a few ways to approach that. So what do you mean to start with? Like, what would be a good card to alter? I would say, you know, if you have previous art experience, then I would recommend you just, you know, go in, you blank a whole card, and then you go from there, right? Oops. And you put your own art on it. Reason this is so time consuming for me is because I'm trying to match this original art, so it requires like a lot of precision, and I'm not really like a trained painter, so It's like I'm trying to do very difficult work with not a strong fundamental approach, right? I just kind of slap things on until I get the results I'm looking for. Like fluid acrylic paints, I'm using Golden, the tubes, the heavy body it's called, but there's also the fluid acrylics, and whenever I see someone doing crazy detail, it always seems like they're using fluid acrylics, so I really think if you're trying to get really detailed stuff, then fluid acrylics are probably the way to go. But to go back to Awesomest Awesome, if you're trying to like start out, let me see here. Where is it? I did this just the other day really quickly on stream. Oh fuck, it's all bent. Sorry, excuse my language. All paints are liquid. Yeah. I was just dinking around on this mountain, but they're talking about on stream how some people like to white border their lands and they do it by like sandpapering or whatever. But one really quick way you could start altering without much time investment. Here, let me just find like a junk card. I don't want to like mess up one of my good cards. Or I'll just use one of my one-piece bulk cards. Is you can get like paint markers, so like Posca markers, and this is just a like a white paint Sharpie, and with the paint markers you can like lay on paint like very fast. So if you really want to like start off, what's really cool is just get like a paint marker and like white out a whole card really fast. So if I want to keep this like character's name, you know, it'd be really quick to just like do that. And then the rest of it just white out. Do a couple layers of that. And then that is a lot more opaque than, and it's a lot quicker than doing it with paint. And then you can just go in with a brush after like 2 layers of this, and then, you know, get rid of any of these bits where there's texture. So that's how you can like blank a card really fast. And these markers are relatively cheap. This is a Sharpie acrylic paint marker. And I think I got a package of like 5 or 6 of them for like $10. So they're like $2 a piece. And that's Canadian, so it'd be cheaper in the US. But like that's a way you can really quickly speed up like the whitening approach if you're crunched on time. And then, you know, you can start like making really cool, like relatively quicker stuff by like taking inspiration from like mangas, right? So that's what I did with this card here. This is Sir Conrad as the Skull Knight from Berserk. So the whole background, it just whited out with like the white paint marker like this. And then I just did black acrylic on top, right? But this one I did, I used like transfer paper to basically get all my line works on it before I painted it. So this is basically like tracing with extra steps, but it's just 2 colors. It's your white and black, and I think the result is like really striking, and it was a lot less time demanding than the work I'm doing at the moment. So anyways, I hope that brief like thing gives you some ideas of stuff you can do to, you know, like get in the hobby and start making something, even if you don't have as much time as you would like. Oh man, I think all these ribbons are gonna have to be a post-stream thing for the most part. Because I can't even like look at them and continue yapping and really like even trace the origin and the shape of them all. But I'm going to continue working at it. My goal is to get like 85%, 90% of the way there on stream and then finish it up off stream when I can focus a little bit better. So far my workbook is just full of cards taped to pages with paints all over them in a clear attempt to practice color matching. Hey, whatever works for you, the process, right? The work you're doing at the moment is freaking awesome, hence our desire to learn how you do it. Like I said, I'm still very much in the learning phase too. Earlier in the stream, we had an alterist who goes by Studio K or K Alters, and she was kind of chatting in the stream, and she has a lot more experience, not just at altering, but like actually painting outside of you know, this 2.5 by 3.5 inch frame. And having her in the chat was lovely because she was just dropping knowledge bombs on us. So I don't claim to be the most knowledgeable, and if you hear someone with more experience contradict something I say, then probably go with what they say, frankly. But I'm more than willing to share what's working for me at this time, even if perhaps it's more or less of a crutch or kind of like something that I'm depending on for the time being. I'll have to look back in the VOD. Yeah, I don't know if there's an option to just like pull the chat, but yeah. Studio K, earlier in the VOD, she was dropping some good knowledge bombs earlier on the stream. Just stuff about layering and like Studio K is very what's the word? Not like a stickler, but very dedicated to painting the card as thin as possible. Whereas I'm out here, you know, making mistakes and just painting more and more layers, like very thin layers, mind you. I paint super thin, but I'm willing to paint a lot of layers to eventually stumble upon the effect I'm looking for. If I post a live stream, chat playback is available. Yeah, okay, that was weird. I'll upload that thing. I just click like save the VOD or whatever afterwards. So I've only did 2 streams in the past, but this one will be uploaded as well. Oh my gosh, all my brushes are falling down. Okay. I think a lot of the alter at this point, I might just have to take off stream because my brain is getting a little bamboozled. But we'll see how much more of it I feel confident doing here. It's just my blues. I'm struggling seeing them right now. My eyes are a little bit tired. I like went to bed, slept 4 hours, and I'm like, alright, time to stream. I'm ready. Hit him with the SpongeBob. I'm ready. Sometimes the paints will bubble up. I mean, your paint is probably watery, right? So you probably added a little bit too much water. I do that too sometimes. And also typically it's probably you're using like a card that's printed newer, like within the last 10 years or so. And the newer cards have like a little bit of a waxy finish to them. And I've heard a few ways people kind of counteract this. I've heard that some people like to just gently rub it with like an alcohol wipe very quickly, not too long, or else it'll smear the ink, right? But that seems like a little risky to me. I don't want to accidentally smear the ink. And then some people like really lightly sandpaper their card with like a super high grit. But for me, what I do is that first layer, I just let it bubble up and I just like let it dry, right? Like you're probably describing like this. Like, oh, it's, you know, it's not doing what I want. It's like all over the place and it's bubbling up, right? One, the paint is like likely a little too wet, right? So if I go in and I just like get a dab of paint that hasn't had any water touched and I got the water on my brush, right? Then you'll have, you know, more solid line. It'll be where you want. But yeah, typically I just like I just very thinly apply it. I let like my first layer dry and then it like almost primes it and then you can like paint on top of that, or just don't water down your paint quite so much, right? And then you have better control. But if you look at like a lot of my shorts and stuff, the first layers are always like really watery, and that's why I like to paint like just a super thin white layer around or wherever I'm gonna have paint. Richard Rosalind said hi. Hey, what up, Doc? No, it's very typical. But like older cards, they don't have like this little waxy, not waxy, but kind of like glossy finish. So the paint applies like well the first coat, right? But on the newer cards, they have like a little bit of waxy finish. And like I said, some people will wipe it with a alcohol wipe to help loosen that. Some people like to sand it a little bit, but I just like prefer to purposely put down one really thin watered down layer, let that dry, and then go from there. I'm just like a little scared of like damaging the card with sandpaper with the alcohol wipe or whatever. But I don't know. If you're braver than me, you can go for it. I just haven't experimented with it. And then like the super fine grit sandpaper just seemed like another thing to purchase that I didn't feel like purchasing or allocating funds towards. Okay, there's actually like a lot of white in here, so I think I'm gonna start doing a little bit of that. Bada bing, bada boom. And this should be really see-through as well. Let's get some nice lines in here. In particular, like the last stream I did, I was trying to like be in tutorial mode and really explain everything I was doing, but I'll be honest, I quickly got distracted and started just like talking to chat more than I was in tutorial mode. So I don't know, the beginning of that might be a little bit helpful of that, but like I said, before too long I was distracted and I wasn't being as helpful as I intended. Okay. I'm just trying to mix a little bit into my white, so I'm not painting with just pure white here. Okay. But I really need this to be much lighter than it currently is. These couple here. And I'm just kind of still blocking in my shapes. I'm gonna get all the colors at the end. True. Real-time painting. I don't know. I'm still learning, so like I guess watching me you're gonna like learn a lot of maybe things not to do, or you're gonna feel like you're not alone in your struggles, that's for sure. I think like yeah, I like to pull up just little clips on YouTube, and it doesn't have to be people painting cards. Most of the painting stuff carries over, whether it's cards or a canvas. And I've benefited a lot from seeing people paint different things. And then there's even been like since I upload all this stuff, a lot of my algorithm is like art related now, which is super cool. That's a big win. My algorithm was pretty shit before. So now my algorithm's showing me that. Sometimes it'll just like pop on randomly on my algorithm, like someone who's like instructing on how to paint something really nice. But unfortunately, like I haven't like saved any of those videos. I should save those as a resource for myself in the future. I just like watch it a few times when it shows up, and I'm like, okay, write that down. But I don't actually write it down. I just say the meme. Oh, I really like this blue that I've cooked up here. This can go in a few places. Good evening. What kind of paints do you recommend? Okay, so I use Golden Brand heavy body acrylic. It comes in these tubes. When I see people do a lot of really detailed work though, I typically see them using fluid acrylics. So those are the ones that don't come in tubes, they come in like little jars. I have one of them over here. If I can find it amongst my mess. Come in a little thing like this, right? So the altarist who I see paint with the most small, precise details are often using paints like this in the little bottles, as opposed to the heavy body acrylic in the tubes. Heavy body acrylic in the tubes. Also, I've seen people do amazing work with model paint. So if you are into Warhammer, or you know someone who would let you use their paints to test out, you could see if you like those. I've seen some very impressive stuff done with those. I've also seen people do impressive stuff with airbrush paint that they're just like dipping in instead of airbrushing on. Although I've seen people do cool stuff airbrushing on as well. So long story short, I think probably fluid acrylics are the way to go, even though I'm not following that advice personally, because I'm just trying to use up what I have on hand. And this is what I have. The brand of acrylic in the chat, it's golden acrylic. Are you supposed to mix them with water or not? So if you've got the fluid acrylic, you shouldn't be mixing it with water. So if you're using this stuff, you shouldn't be mixing it with water. If you're using this stuff, you should have just a tiny amount of water, but I will admit that I often use more water than I should, right? And that's what can cause sometimes a little bit of like color bleeding, and a lot of times my cards will have this like painterly look, but I'm not getting that super precise detail that I mentioned a lot of people get with the fluid acrylic. So yeah, if you overwater, you're going to get kind of like a loose, your colors aren't going to look like nice and flat. They're going to have like not physical texture to them, but it's going to like have a lot of difference between all your strokes and everything if you water too much. So I will admit I typically do water my paints too much, and it causes issues for me, but it's just a habit that I'm trying to grow out of. Mostly comes because I'm not a super advanced painter, So a lot of times I just have to experiment until something looks good, and it's just more approachable to me, for me to experiment really thin layers that are watered down than constantly putting a lot of paint down, because then it would end up too thick. So I don't think my approach is the best approach, but I feel like I can adequately describe the flaws, and I'm aware of them. So yeah, I think part of that is because like I'm uploading stuff too, so I feel like more pressure about how the end result is going to look. I'd say if you're learning, make those mistakes, stay disciplined, don't water your paints down too much, and you'll probably improve at a faster rate than I am. But like I said, it's the fact that I'm like sharing these. It's like I feel that I really have to like nail it all the time, and it just feels easier to reach that phase by building up slowly with more layers of wet paint for me. I'm thinking that I'm probably going to take a break now. I feel like I want to get the card a bit further than it is, but I want to go eat some lunch, and a lot of the stuff left is like really precise stuff where it's just going to be like me headbutting the card over and over, and I'd like to get a little bit closer, get all these cameras and phones out of the way so I can really focus in. So it's been good chatting with everyone and learning the card. So take it easy, and I'll see y'all next time I decide to stream. So thanks for coming out. Have a good one.